PS4 is taking off like a jet engine again. Ow. Hi, cat. Hello to whomstever is here. Gotta wait another minute or two. Starting a tiny bit early. While we wait, I'm just gonna go around the early part of Yharnam and just farm for vials and stuff like that. Because I'm running a little low. Oh! Man, remember when that used to do a lot of damage to me? Remember when this part used to be scary? It's fun to go back to earlier parts of these games and you see how, I guess how not intimidating things are, although I did just get totally wrecked by running into a group of them just there. Y'all. There. Oh, hey, you're up. But I was helping people in bosses and stuff like that for about an hour before I started streaming. Yeah, battle time's always on in Yharnam, Lala. I'm just going around getting vials and echoes so I can buy some more vials. Because, ow, I'm running kind of low, because I was helping people on bosses and stuff, and the act of doing that, oh, for fuck's sake, dog. The act of doing that made me lose a lot more vials than I wanted to. Hey now. Man, all of this could have gone much better than it did. Yeah, kind of, just going around, just getting some stuff. Plus, I didn't want to go into any new areas before more people showed up. There's new stuff all over the diddly dang place. I also went back to the Forbidden Woods and picked up items that I missed the first time. So I have a bunch of new runes whose item descriptions I want to read, but I want to wait to see how many more people come in. Because I don't want to get too descriptive with that stuff in case people miss it and they're like, wait, what the hell? You know? Oh, the light's back on. Interesting. Oh, what part are you at now? Oh, uh-oh. God, I hate these dogs so much. There you go. Playing real sloppy. Nice. Not bad at all. I also found a bunch of new gemstones and stuff like that, so that's why my cleaver has a fire attack on it now, because I found a fire gem. Then the Kirkhammer has an arcane attack built into it, but I'm not using the Kirk hammer right now. About 5 to 6 tries. Yeah, Alfred's really... He can either be really useful for Bloodstarved, or he can just be a total... I don't even know what. But yeah, Gascoigne's always tricky. Always, always, always tricky. And I get scared of him so easily. Even now, no matter how many times I play the game, he's still very intimidating. Yeah, greed gets you every time. I understand. How are you not dead, bro? There you go. It also doesn't help, like, the graves that are all over the place in the Tomb of Odin make it really hard. Like, when you dodge away from him, you will very likely bump into one of them. And then you get caught up on them, and it's not good for anybody. Not good for anyone. You're gonna have a bad time. So on and so forth. Come on now. Yeah, with Beast Gascoigne, I find that dodging to his sides, not in cardinal directions, but like trying to dodge like on an angle side, helps. For me, anyway. But strafing him, yeah, that's also kind of why I let him run wild and ape shit and just break a bunch of graves. Because I'm like, alright, yeah, clear out the area for us, dude. Oh god, only 5. Okay. So I picked up a few new things while I was out and about in the Forbidden Woods that we missed last night. One of them was the anti-clockwise metamorphosis rune. The discovery of blood made their dream of evolution a reality. Metamorphosis and the excesses and deviation that followed were only the beginning. It's the same description as the clockwise metamorphose. However, this one will boost stamina, and this boosts HP. I also found Deep Sea in the woods. It's a secret symbol. There are several that are secret ones. The beast is a secret one from Carol. The eye is a secret, and Deep Sea. And Deep Sea rune is a transcription of the Great One's inhuman voices, depicts down-reaching currents. This, I think, means that the voices of the Deep Ones sort of dissipate down from the cosmos, almost like it's the currents, which is often used to describe water and movement in water, seems to suggest that reality in Bloodborne is very fluid. Not necessarily fluid literally, but fluid in the sense that it wanes and fluctuates. And so the voices of the Great Ones can reach down to different currents, different parts of that swirling, shifting, fluid world. And like I was saying about the Arcane Lake, about the Lake Rune, about the Dissipating Lake, each water-based rune creates some sort of defense or resistance, as if water, the concept of water, or water as a metaphorical entity, I suppose, is a protective force. And we see in all these descriptions with the water runes, great volumes of water serve as a bulwark guarding sleep, and an augur of the eldritch truth. A bulwark is a defensive wall to guard sleep. So I imagine, whose sleep is it guarding? Is it guarding the sleeping gods? Like, that ties back to a Lovecraftian phrase about Cthulhu, where Cthulhu, I don't know the full actual quote, but it's essentially that Cthulhu lies dead but dreaming. And that's a phrase used for a character here in Bloodborne, which hopefully we'll be able to see. If not, I will just tell you about it. So, and that goes back to what we were saying yesterday about Tomb of the Gods. Well, if they're gods, how can they be dead? And then, well, maybe death to a god is not something we can fully understand. What if death to them is just a kind of rest, a kind of sleep? So if great volumes of water are guarding sleep, are they guarding the dead but dreaming gods? Are they guarding the figurative sleep that humanity is under by us not knowing what's out in the cosmos, by us being completely oblivious to that? Considering how Rom is on a Moodside Lake and you have to jump through the magical portal lake thing to get to her, and she was part of the secret ritual keeping the red moon at bay, I think it's all a lot. It's all, not all a lot. It's what the bulwark guarding sleep bit about this means. It's layered. It's about the dead but dreaming great ones. It's about the figurative concept of humans dreaming and sleeping because they don't know what's out there. And it is actually literally a defense against more layers of this dream. Yeah, something like that now. We also got, let's see. I picked up something else. Oh, I also got this because I got one vermin and I went back to talk to Walter. Hey, Danny. Thank you. It was okay. I hope your morning and afternoon was good too. Walter gave us this because we helped someone, we cooperated with someone. It's a League staff that within the hilt has the names of all the other Confederates. This is just lets you know the names of other people online who are part of the Confederate League cooperation group. There shall be no sympathy for those engaged in the bloody mission of the League, no matter that an oath must be taken to uphold the illusion. That's an interesting line because or two interesting lines, because the illusion is that you'll be able to stamp out the impurity that exists within humanity. The League is aware that the hunt is an endless thing and that corruption is inevitable. And so they tell themselves they're going to join together, we're going to stamp out as much vermin as we can, and that there is some purpose to that method instead of going beyond it and trying to figure out as many of the secrets as you can and trying to change things. The League has sort of made peace with the fact that there's probably no way they ever could, and instead of risking changing that, they're going to just kill and hunt and help other hunters who are stuck and all this. They're just going to settle. Like, this is our reality, we can't change it, we don't even know how, we're going to join together. And the illusion is that someday this will matter, or that it even does matter now. So no sympathy for those engaged in the bloody mission of the League. That suggests that the League aren't actually viewed very positively either by people in Yharnam or other hunters or the church hunters. Like, they're seen. Walter admits when you go talk to him about this, and I can go talk to him again, he'll repeat his dialogue, that it's not a mission many understand, and that the only people who get why what the League does is necessary are members of the League and Walter himself. And he stresses that you always have me and each other, always. So the League is an attempt to create some sort of bond and support for those who refuse to just give in to the beastly plague, for those who refuse to die quietly. It's like they're all in it together and struggling vainly against things they can't control. Did I get anything else? Oh, vermin. Yeah, I got one of these. The root of man's impurity rides within filth. It's a centipede. A centipede-like creature discovered on successful hunts by League hunters. Vermin found within filth are only seen by League confederates and are the root of man's impurity. The League has assumed the task of finding and crushing all vermin. Perhaps there is some mercy in the madness. Those who wish to see vermin can, and those who choose to are provided with boundless purpose. Walter says that the League he doesn't say, but item descriptions insinuate that the League started because there was once a foreigner to Yharnam who was hunting a beast and became so enraged and so furious with the task of hunting it down that he actually ate the beast. And that's tied to the origin story of the League. Several of the strange things that happened within the Forbidden Woods, where people were finding the ashen blood sickness and that weird serpent infestation that people go through, and the tomb of the gods that were there. There was just something really weird and dark and incomprehensible happening in the Forbidden Woods and in the farms and in the villages there. And that's where the League located themselves, because this is what I believe. This is where they started to find vermin. Walter ended up there, one reason or another, probably because he heard what was happening, and that's where he found vermin. And so that's why he's located in the windmill there, because like this is where he saw the first vermin inside of the things he hunted, and then started to encourage hunters in the Forbidden Woods to join up his cause. And since he told them about vermin and they were seeking it out in what they killed, they found it. So it's this interesting kind of terrifying concept of, if you wish to see vermin, you can. So it's the manifestation of, you believe in something and then it becomes physically real. Which then begs the question, is it real all along? Or is it just an illusion that you tell yourself and you believe in? Okay, what else? We can go to a few places. We can go Canehurst. I'm probably too weak for Canehurst. We can go to Yharnam. I have to wrap up some things in Yharnam and Central Yharnam, so we can go back there. We can go to the Nightmare Frontier, which is intimidating, or we can start doing Chalice dungeons. Chalice dungeons aren't bad. I don't mind them that much. If you guys just want to do something chill first, Chalice dungeons are probably the best way to do that. In case you guys are going to have like dinner, or you're busy with some other stuff and you just want me on in the background, Chalice dungeons are the way to go. So, well, let's finish the stuff we have to do in Yharnam before we move on. Okay, sounds good, Danny. Okay. 2 for Chalice dungeons. So just like Grandma's not doing too well, Ariana doesn't seem to be doing too well.
There you are. Forgive me, I'm a bit out of sorts. So, no blood today, I'm afraid.
She's not feeling too well. How's Adela doing? Hey, Kay. Nothing. I was just reading item descriptions of things that I found before I moved on. No one's doing too well here. No one's doing too well, but let's see who else we can talk to. Let's try to find Eileen. Sorry, Kay.
Is that you again? I'm afraid I've made a bit of a blunder. I'm just going to have a short rest. Oh, don't worry. I've taken blood. Enough to save an old woman. No more dreams for me. This is my last chance. What a fool I am. I'll have to tread carefully. But that thing still lies in wait. Turn back. This is my score to settle.
Hey, Blue.
My prey lies in wait this way. Turn back. This is my score to settle.
So, something fucked up Eileen real bad. But she seems pretty fine, or confident that she'll be fine. She doesn't sound like she's too much in pain. She's just like, oh, don't worry, I'll be fine. She also says she has to be careful. No more dreams for me. That suggests, excuse me, that much like us, she once went to the hunter's dream. But she doesn't go there anymore. She found a way to not be stuck there. But because she's not bound to the dream anymore, that means she won't, if she dies, then that's it, then she dies. And her purpose in Yharnam is she finds blood-drunk hunters and puts them out of their misery. Which, that's why she sticks around Yharnam, which is a bit of a, she mercy kills them, pretty much. And then now she's found one that's particularly tough, and she's telling me to leave it alone. She's going to recover, and she's going to try to fight it. This guy's pretty tough, but I just want to show you guys what he looks like, because his outfit is what I'm going to be wearing once I get all of it. That's going to be Akechi's garb. Oh god, see how much health that did? He's got a blood tinge build. Which means his gun does an insane amount of damage. And he's using a weapon that poisons himself when he has it transformed. So there is a quote-unquote easy way to do this. You just cheese him so that when he takes that out, you just bait him into having it out, so he poisons himself to death, pretty much. Which, that's how I normally fight him. For now, I want to see how much I can do. Yeah, he has a lot of health. It's ridiculous how much health he has. Oh! He also, however, heals himself, but he only has one vial. Oh. Oh. Yeah, his gun is serious business. He's, I think he's got a ridiculous amount of programmed stats. I wasn't doing too bad. But yeah, he's tough. We're gonna wait a little bit before we go after him. I just wanted to show you guys what he's like. Well, that's all we had to do in... Oh, no, wait. There is one more thing to do in Yharnam before we go to the Chalice dungeons. We have to go check up on Gascoigne's family. Yeah, the hunter NPCs that you fight are almost like mini bosses themselves, and in some cases will be much more difficult than the actual bosses. Yeah. Because the way the NPC hunters work is very similar to what it will be like when you face a player in the game, in terms of the speed, almost the unpredictability of it. So you have to adapt very, very quickly. Actually, it's easier to go this way. Excuse me. There's a light on her window.
You haven't by any chance seen my little sister, have you? I told her to look after the house, but she's run off somewhere. She's still quite small, and wears a big white ribbon. Have you seen her out there anywhere? Oh. Okay then. But if you do see her, would you give me word? She's a small girl with a big white ribbon. My good little sister.
So what I like about that is they have a second daughter, and the voice actresses for both of the daughters are sisters in real life.
Oh. Back again. Any news of my sister?
No, sorry.
Oh. Okay then. But if you do see her, would you give me word? She's a small girl with a big white ribbon. My good little sister.
Oh my god, I'm not thinking at all. Sorry, guys. Oh, because I suddenly just got tired out of nowhere. So my brain's just like, yeah, it's fine, it's fine. It's not fine, brain. Excuse me. There. Jesus. We can check up on Gilbert, see how he's doing. Oh. He got out. I'm sorry, Gilbert. Claw mark. The claw mark is an impulse to seek the warmth of blood like a beast. It strengthens visceral attacks, one of the darker hunter techniques. Although the difference is subtle, runesmith Carol describes the beast as a horrific and unwelcome instinct deep within the hearts of men, while clawmark is an alluring invitation to accept this very nature. So this, to me, indicates that Gilbert sort of made peace with what was happening. You get the sense of that. Well, actually, I think he did get to die on his own terms. He said, at least I can die while I'm still human. Which I think means that, his degradation into being a beast was very slow and gradual, and he helped us as much as he could up until the very end of his life. And this rune, the very end, the beast rune, the beast essence inside of a human, is an unwelcome instinct. Clawmark is them beckoning, or that instinct beckoning you to accept it, to like make peace. So, in some weird way, like I said, Bloodborne is a game of hope, but it's grim hope, where Gilbert knew that he was sick and dying and helped us as much as he could before he died, or before his death, when he let go and transformed. So instead of just being a mindless beast right up until the end, he did what he could before he went gently into that good night. That's how I see it. Now, I'm gonna do some chalice dungeons, because I figured people would just kind of want to chill, hang out for a bit, get some dinner, and then when we're all ready to move on with the plot, then we'll go to one of several places. But chalice dungeons are good for just kind of chilling. Use the ritual altar to create a chalice dungeon with a chalice ritual, or to search for dungeons created by hunters. These are cool because you can actually create different dungeons for people to explore. And that's how some players have found a lot of secrets in the game, like things that technically should not be there. They've been able to just randomly generate so many different dungeons and explore them to see what they can find there, either in terms of upgrade materials, or unique enemies, or lore. Yeah, they're really, really neat. People are still discovering stuff about them. There's a couple players, they're called tomb prospectors, that go through and come up with a bunch of different palettes and stuff. And then once they find one that's really good, they'll post the glyph. Like, the glyph is what you use to find and create specific dungeons, as well as the materials you need for it. It's neat. And so this is the ritual. This is the chalice we got from Blood Starved all those hours ago. So let's try and see what we can do. You may now explore the dungeon. Oh, I didn't look up ritual blood, did I? Alright, well, I'm gonna find some again, and then I'll read that description for you guys. Oh no, I did read it. I remember now. Yeah, I like it, because a lot of people don't like the dungeons. They find them very repetitive and boring, but they interest me. They're fun, like, especially if you're like me and you just kind of want to help people. You just connect to the first gravestone of the chalice dungeon. You hang out there, and you can, like, be summoned by anybody who's exploring them and needs help. This is the Pthumerian Labyrinth. This is... The dungeons, the chalice dungeons, are the tombs of the gods. These are things far, far below Yharnam. This is what Yharnam has been built on. This place is where Bergenwith was exploring. And they're part of an ancient civilization called Pthumerian. Yeah, they're... Oh, he fell through the world. Sumerians, yeah, and these are Pth, P-T-H, but the names are suspiciously similar. So one can imagine that Sumerians were inspiration for the Pthumerians. Also, some of the creatures you find in here, you find in the cathedral ward, like how some of, okay, like the giants, and certain of the weird hooded figures that were patrolling through the cathedral ward. I mentioned that they didn't look human. They were humanoid, but they were very clearly not humans, and that they were probably a specific race. you will find those people here. And there is lore about them, but I won't get into it just yet. Hey, buddy. I want to see if I can parry him. Because if I die, then I'm just going to be right here. It's not going to be a problem. Come on, you big slowbie. Oh, he's chunked. He's chunked. Doesn't matter. Bye. Got a cocktail. I am gonna go grab my plate of dinner though. So, give me like 2 seconds, guys. Oh, hey buddy. Let's go up a ladder so we don't get shanked by a random dude who's running up on us. Okay. Be right back, guys. Sorry guys, sorry. Back now. I haven't played Deltarune, but it's taken me years. But I actually really do like Undertale. The fandom hype for it was exhausting, but Undertale's a pretty good game. But I haven't done Deltarune yet, nor have I heard many people talking about it the way they talked about Undertale, which is a little strange. But I'm also one of those people where I try really hard to not let a fandom, quote-unquote, ruin my appreciation of something. Although, that's something I'm currently struggling with when it comes to, oh, hello. When it comes to something like Far Cry 5. Like, I really love Far Cry 5, but I've had such a horrible experience with the fans of that game that, like, I can't even really play the game that much anymore. Until that feeling passes. I don't really pay attention to people in the Persona 5 fandom, honestly, because I find a lot of them are teenagers. Now, as a caveat, or a disclaimer, I don't have anything against teenagers. However, a lot of them have no experience with JRPGs or Persona series in general. So, Persona 5 is their first one, so they aren't aware of a lot of the other games, like how they did things or just what the stories were. So I sort of kind of keep to myself because I don't want to try to influence their opinions, nor do I want to try to be like, hey guys, I don't want to tell them they're wrong, because opinions technically aren't wrong, and I'm rambling here. But let me focus. The reason why I don't really get into the Persona 5 fandom is, like I said, a lot of them I've noticed are kind of younger, and there's no delicate way to say this, however, know that it comes from a place of understanding, is a lot of them are very quick to have emotional, knee-jerk, impulsive reactions to things. So it's difficult to get into a conversation with someone who reacts that way. And I say that as someone who has a mood disorder, so I've had to recognize that trait within myself regardless of my age. And it's really difficult, but I know that people at that age group, it actually is a physiological component of being a teenager. Your brain is still forming how to function and control that way. Not control that way, control those things. So I'm like, I'm not a teen, so I'm not going to hang out with you, nor am I your parent, so I'm not going to instruct you, nor am I a mentor, so I'm not going to guide you. So I just try to stay away from most of those people. Also, I've noticed that, I've been in fandoms since I was a teenager, and they kind of go through these... we go through cycles where, back when I started getting into fandoms, the idea was canon is the rule of law, and any opinion that you have, and any interpretation you have to find something in canon to make it work. And there was a lot of negativity towards shipping, any ship, but most especially queer ships. That was considered, not anathema, but it was considered like, oh, only weird fangirls do that. And then as the years go by, it was, okay, canon is still canon, and shipping is okay, but OCs are terrible. If you make an OC, you're a fucking weirdo. And then time went on a little bit more, and now it's like, canon isn't always the proper way to do things, however, you still have to take it into consideration. All forms of shipping are great, OCs are kind of weird, I guess. And then now, the way fandom views canon is fuck canon. Canon is always wrong if I don't like it. OCs are great, which is a good thing. I support the creation of OCs. And now it's all ships are great unless they're het ships, which is weird. And I say that as someone who is not heterosexual. And because people are so willing to insist that canon is wrong if I don't like it, I don't have patience with those type of people. Because it's like, you don't have to like canon. There's a lot of stuff in the Persona 5 canon that I don't agree with because I think it's just shitty writing. However, I'm not saying, okay, then I'm going to ignore it and come up with something else. You can come up with something else. You can come up with headcanons. You can come up with alternate ways to fix it, which is what I do. But I don't insist that canon is bad and wrong, and therefore I'm not even going to think about it. It's like, well, I can't change the fact that that's in the game. So I prefer to find ways to fix it. Like, point out the flaws and then think of how to fix it instead of not liking it and then refusing to engage with it. And I find a lot of people in the Persona 5 fandom are like that. And that's just not my personal preference. That's just not how I want to do things. So for all of those reasons, I try to keep to my own corner. And I don't really engage with people that much. I'm happy when people want to talk to me, because I'm always willing to have a conversation, but I try not to seek a lot of those conversations out. Yeah, and that's another, like, I don't want to sound like I'm being rude and dismissive as someone who's older than a teenager, being like, oh, you're just immature. Like, I don't mean that in a bad way at all. That's the part of growing up, is you learn and you refine your personality. And like I said, our brains don't actually, there are frontal lobes, which the frontal lobe is what controls emotional regulation and emotional impulses. That doesn't finish fusing until our mid-20s. So it's like me getting impatient, or if I was to be angry at a teenager for being highly emotional, one, that would be stupid because they actually physically cannot help it. That's like me getting angry at a child for crying, which they can't help it. They're just tiny little people with a lot of emotions. How can you get angry at them? Two, as someone with a mood disorder, that's just as stupid because my frontal lobe is, despite being fused and formed, my brain doesn't make the necessary chemicals required for me to control myself. I need medication. I need to rewire my brain through therapy and learning how to control emotional impulses. So I don't judge them. I don't begrudge them for that. It's just, like I said, I have my own personal preference. And I would rather remove myself from people who are still learning instead of be among them and just be angry about it. Because there's no point, it's not, I have no right to get angry, so I just don't. Yeah, I think that's the part of growing up. Like, I'm still critical in a constructive criticism way about the things I enjoy and fandoms that I get into, but I've learned how to do that because also, oh, hold on, let me kill these rats. Excuse me, ratties. God, there's so many of you. You're just a bunch of blob monsters. Okay. Whew. Another thing I've learned to do is be critical of something that I enjoy, but also notice its strengths and its flaws. And as I grow up, I realize that, there's always going to be something that I'm into that does something I don't necessarily agree with, or there's going to be something about the content creators that I don't enjoy. And it really all just boils down to there's no such thing as a quote-unquote pure, perfect form of fiction. That's impossible. And you essentially just have to make the choice of what am I willing to enjoy and what am I willing to kind of let slide in terms of my personal preferences or my personal morals, and what will I not compromise on. So for example, for me, let me think of one. I play Ubisoft games. I am aware that Ubisoft is, part of the video game industry, like the whole microtransaction shit. Like it's an exploitive, greedy. The video game industry in general is just corporate greed, and that it's also highly damaging to the workers, the developers. They don't have any unions, so I am giving money and I don't want to call it Ubisoft specifically for that. It's any AAA developer. By giving money to video games, I am in some way supporting an industry that does that. However, if I don't buy video games, then I not only am not supporting the people who worked hard, I am not engaging with a form of media that I actually really enjoy. That's why Soraya and I joke that we hate video games. Because we don't, obviously, we play them, so we don't hate games in general. We hate, like, corporate greed, we hate late-stage capitalism, we hate crunch culture in video games, we hate how the developers are mistreated, we hate how consumers are exploited through loot boxes and microtransactions. So it's a mixed bag, you know? Like, you have to just realize there are things you're going to enjoy that are never going to be pure. They're always going to have some problems to them. And I think that's something that you realize and come to terms with as you get older. But young adults or teenagers don't have that experience yet, so they get very angry and frustrated by it, which is understandable. But it's you eventually learn, like, okay, things I like, I won't always agree with how they're done, and some things I'm willing to let slide, and some I'm not, and it's just everybody's personal preference. Like, some people buy Cassandra Clare novels despite the fact that she plagiarized when she was a fanfic writer and she grifted people out of money to, or allegedly grifted people out of money to buy a laptop that she didn't need, and allegedly harassed and doxed a minor. And yeah, people still read Cassandra Clare novels and buy them, you know, whatever. Sorry. Yeah, because, like, a lot of people get mad about shit. Like, I'm salty all the fucking time. Get mad as hell. However, take a breather and step back and look at a thing before you invest your rage in it. And yeah, that's another thing, Danny. Like, I know not everyone's going to do that or want to do that, and that's fine. I'm not saying everyone has to. It's just you just learn through experience. Ow! God, this guy's a dick. Ugh! His reach is ridiculous. Oh, that actually does worse. This giant... Hold on. Yeah, that's the thing with Claire, is like... I can't deny that she clearly is capable of writing because she's written several novels, but there's a lot of strange stuff with regards to how similar her work is to previously published content. And nothing is created in a vacuum. We're all inspired by something else. It's just there's been such repeated examples of those similarities that, for me personally, make me uncomfortable. So I don't read her work. And I remember how she was when she was in the Harry Potter fandom. And I didn't want anything to do with her then. So I don't read her novels. There are some people who either don't know about how she was in the fandom, or they don't care. Then they choose to read her work, and that's fine. That's completely their choice. Oh, right, I have to talk about that giant. Hold on. Oh, K-pop stuff, don't even get me. Like, I remember I was in college when K-pop was starting to get really big in the West, and I'm like, I don't get it. And I say that as someone who listens to J-pop. I'm like, I don't get it, and it's just not for me. So I just bowed out. And then seeing it go from like Dongbang Shinki, DBSK, having to disband because a few of them had the gall to want to be paid better and want to have just to be treated better by their company. They had the gall to want that, and then the group they were basically forced out of the group and blacklisted and shunned from the Korean entertainment industry. And to go from hearing stories about aunties in South Korea who tried to poison one of the guys that she didn't like, and he refused to press charges on her despite the fact he almost died, because he's like, well, I have a sister her age, and I wouldn't want her life to be ruined by a decision she made. So this guy fucking almost died because some girl who liked the group but couldn't stand him wanted to fucking kill him. And I'm like, so when did we... Ah, I'm dead. When did we go from knowing that behavior is completely unacceptable and dangerous and obsessive to... and I'm not saying all K-pop fans are like that. I just mean like anti-culture in general. When did we go from recognizing that doing physical and like bodily or mentally, emotionally harm to another human being despite the fact you don't like them? Where did we turn from that's criminal behavior to fandoms? And like I said, it's not just K-pop, but that's the example I always think of when I hear about anti-shit. Where do we go from knowing that that's criminal behavior to having a fandom culture where that's so commonplace that people often try to they either become like that, or people are afraid of aunties and they don't want the aunties to judge them or pay attention to them. Not pay attention, they don't want them. They want to placate the aunties, I guess. They want to make them happy. They want to show like, oh no, I'm not bad. I'm not the kind of person that you think. I'm not problematic. But people like that are always going to find any reason to harass you because they're not looking for a discussion. They're not looking to be convinced. They're looking to prey on you and harm you, really. And then there's also this problem of anti-rhetoric demands that you try to prove a negative. Where it's like, prove to us that you aren't problematic. Prove to us that you aren't a racist or homophobe or whatever. Like, prove to us you aren't this thing. And you can never prove a negative. Just someone who's accusing you of that, and you can never prove that this thing doesn't exist. Because, and I realize that that's probably like a strange concept just to sound it. Like, how can you, it'd be difficult to prove you aren't some way. It's like, well, if someone's already accusing you of that, then they're already looking to be convinced. They're not actually listening to you. Yeah, exactly, Danny. Yeah, it's proving a negative is called a philosophical burden of proof, and I'm going to read from that in terms of public discourse and in law. Let's see. Burden of proof. Boo, stop crying, Boo. Well, let me backtrack a bit, because legally you can prove a negative, because innocent until proven guilty, you can prove obviously that you didn't do a crime. But in terms of can't prove a negative when someone's accusing you in terms of discourse, they're not looking to be convinced. They're not looking to listen to you. They're looking to judge you with any possible little thing. And then can't prove a negative is essentially like, well, the absence of evidence is not necessarily the evidence of absence, which sounds weird, but it's because I have no proof that I'm not this thing doesn't mean that I am not this thing. I don't know. Does that make sense? I think I'm just kind of rambling now. Someone used an example of having no proof Bigfoot doesn't exist and that he isn't real with certainty. Doesn't prove that he isn't real with certainty. It just means you can't find evidence that he's real. Okay, I'm glad it makes some kind of sense. And I guess to make it, again, like, edgelordy, just because we can't prove that ghosts don't exist doesn't mean that they both do or don't exist. Just because we don't have evidence that they don't. Yeah. Like, show me evidence means, like, convince me, but they're not looking for a conversation. They're already demanding something from you. They're demanding you defend yourself in a situation that really doesn't necessarily require any defending. And that's another reason why I kind of stay away from most fandom discussions. Is I don't want people to feel like if I disagree with them, I don't want them to think like I'm demanding they defend themselves to me, unless these people are clearly willing to have a conversation. Like, I don't want them to feel as if they're put on the spot. So I kind of just, unless they're clearly open to have a discussion where someone disagrees with them, I just keep to myself. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up. 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 And that's one of the reasons I started Loki Arsene, honestly, is because I'm like, I just want a nice little side blog where I can talk about these characters and talk about this ship in peace, and whether or not anyone pays attention to it, it doesn't necessarily matter to me. So it's really nice to see how many people have responded and do enjoy being a part of the blog and talking to me about this stuff. Because I really never expected anyone to pay any attention to it or to pay attention to me through it. So I'm like, okay, cool, you guys are here. It means you obviously want a discussion. You want to have a conversation. So I'm much more willing to engage with those kind of debates with people. Or hear what you have to say and then learn new things through shared or different perspectives. Okay, we found some blood. Oh, it's the same thing. Oh, thanks, Danny. Yeah, me too now. Like, as long as everyone can respect how each other feels, unless, and I don't necessarily mean people who have, like, you know, I'm not talking about racists or homophobes or Nazis. I mean people in terms of fandom discussions, you know, things that don't actually matter. As long as we can have a civil conversation, even if we don't always agree, then that's fine. I don't remember what this boss is. Nothing but fatties here. Oh no, I know what they are. Oh, I know what they are. Beware of strong foe. Fire is effective. Is that so? Yeah, I agree, Danny. And like I said, I'm not, it's not that I don't want to interact or talk to or anything like that. It's not that I don't want to know teenagers. It's just that I understand the emotional gap between our understandings, and I'd rather keep to my own corner. If a teenager wants to talk to me in terms of fandom discussions, I'm happy to talk to them about it, but I'm not going to ingratiate myself with them, nor am I going to criticize their behavior too much, because that's just unfair considering their age. Oh yeah, you're gonna see it in like 2 seconds, Faith. This is what they meant by fatties. I have 3 giant people I gotta fight. Oh, they're almost dead. Okay. Yeah, but I'm a little over leveled for this area, so they're not as scary anymore. Whoop whoop, pull over that ass too fat. We them boys. Come on. Okay, this one's gone. And luckily one of them is really slow with the gun, so I can just avoid him pretty easily. You done down there? Come on. Ah. Whoa! Wow, did you see his health bar? Just... Oh my god, look at this, you guys. I am so over leveled for this area. Okay, got another chalice, I got another gemstone, and I got a shard. Yeah, you're technically supposed to come to this area after you defeat Bloodstarved, so I'm supposed to come here when I'm at like level 20 max, and I'm at level 53. If you hear me chewing, it's just because I'm munching on dinner, you guys. So I apologize. But dinner's really good tonight, so. Oh, right. I wanted to talk about the giant. So you know those huge giants that were wearing bells that I was fighting in the cathedral ward? And there's a swamp in the Forbidden Woods where you can find them wandering around. The giants down here, they were used as some type of slave labor by Pthumerians. And so the Yharnamites took them from down here. And use them for their own purposes to destroy massive beasts and hunt other huge, dangerous creatures that were running out and about in Yharnam. Who's summoning you? There she is. And, the undead giant that I fought was an incredibly old, ancient example of that. And if you want to go back, you can, but it is actually quite gross. He's so decrepit that the skin on his belly is pretty much worn away and gone, and he had like nails and candles hammered into the bones of his back, and I guess that's how he was used to be restrained and also just to light the way. I'm eating fried chicken with baked, or not baked, lightly braised broccoli and mashed potatoes. Also, look, it's a friend. He's just a pilgrim wandering the labyrinth. Hello. And he has a prayer bead. I'm trying to get a good look at it. Hello. Friend. Yeah. He's nice. Yeah. He was stuck in here too, so if you kind of leave him alone, he'll wander out. But he seems to get a little lost, but yeah, he's cute. He's just minding his own business, you know? There's so few friends and like friendly things you find in this game. Look, I just want you to die, okay? Is that alright? Is that alright, Mr. Man? Thank you. Bye. He also, not only does he glow, but he kind of jingles when he walks, and he emits this pretty cosmic hum. Bye, friend. I think his name is, Wandering Pilgrim, something like that. Oh. It's a cannon, yeah? Akashu is cannon. Hooray! Him glow. Haven't used the old hammer in a while. Yeah, puked on me! I didn't show it, unfortunately, but when you kill that thing, it gets pulled into a black hole. So that thing is very clearly an alien, and it turns into a flower, and it drops this thing called arcane haze. Tiny smatterings of haze that are found in certain ritual materials. The additional right sinister bell makes the bell-ringing woman appear. Ooh. So yeah, this arcane haze, this weird thing, makes the Chalice dungeons more difficult. Because it beckons, like, angry old ladies who summon things to kill you. This is tomb mold. These things we're finding here, these are all things you need to use in Chalice rituals to find more Chalice dungeons. This is mold that grows from the rotten flesh and blood inside the old labyrinth. So think of the Chalice dungeon rituals as a kind of dark magic or necromancy. Because we need to break these ancient seals that were placed on these areas and find ways to access them. Which I've always interpreted to mean in canon that it requires some form of time travel, because some of these places we're going to have not existed for centuries and should very likely be buried incredibly far beneath the earth. I hope you all had a good Monday. Like I said, mine was fun. I woke up late, so that completely messed up my schedule. And then I just spent most of it cleaning. Because I had to put the finishing touches on parts of my little apartment down here. And then setting up plans for when I go into the city on Thursday and Friday. That's about it. Oh wait, this is where I found the friend. Yeah, this is where I found my friend. Oh, wait, no, this is where I found my friend. Ooh, tofu. Nice. Oh. Well, hopefully you'll find solace in relaxing with this terrifying game. Excuse me. Excuse me, weirdo. Yeah, see, it gets pulled into a black hole. Oh, you never played Pokemon, really? I guess I can understand that. Oh my god, me too, Faith. I've only played Pokemon like red and blue or yellow, like the really, really, really old ones. Those are the only Pokemon I've ever played. That's cool, Danny. Oh yeah, isn't that bullshit, Faith? Like, you can't actually catch them all. Which, listen, I know there's probably, what, like 1,000 Pokemon at this point? But weren't they, like, really cagey about how many you could actually catch? Something like that? I don't know. Maybe I wasn't paying attention properly. I'm gonna admit that I don't always pay much attention to Nintendo. Simply because, like, I never really had a Nintendo console until my brother gave me his Switch. I never really cared about a Nintendo game until Fire Emblem. Oh yeah, that's stupid. That's absurd. That is also very true. Like, we can have our opinions about Pokemon, but many of them are adorable. It's the catch-22 of Pokemon. Like, you're so cute, but I'm salty, but you're so cute. Aww. Is that where it came from? Yes. Nope, missed them completely. You bought it because a shiny evolution is adorable. And that is understandable. Excuse me. Actually, I don't have to try too hard with you. Oh wow, yeah, 30 cents? Hell yeah. That's a bargain. Sometimes there's invisible walls in chalice dungeons. Yeah. It's like, I support you in principle. I understand nothing you're saying. Yeah, it was this way. What is the boss of this? Superior being. That doesn't tell me what this boss is. Beware of Hound. Oh. Okay. I know what it is. Let's see, fire 50, 60, 40, 50. Yeah, you guys will see. The Hellhound is actually pretty close to what it is. Watchdog of the Old Lords. Old Lords were... Ooh, Thigmarians. Oh, normally I have to dodge that. He's a fire beastie. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I knew it. I can't use the two-handed version of this sword. The swings take too long. I know what I have to do. Yeah, he's huge. He's a big old bitch. And you know what's even creepier about that? It's like, he's the watchdog. If that's the dog, how big are the Old Lords? Yeah, he's he's styled like a wolf, kind of like a weird wolf made out of hard shell, almost like molten rock. Yes, that's exactly. I was just about to say that now. Like that's what that thing was based on. The Sullivan's. I can't remember the name of it, but like some sort of Sullivan's creature. Hey Jay, that's what that is based on. That's just a smaller lizard like scampering version of this guy. Oh wow, these are pretty good. Oh, look how good those stats are. Ah! He is Lava Doggo, you're right. Just adjusting the stones. Yeah, just like how you use Twitter, you just use at and then whatever their name is. You are not the boomer, don't worry. Yeah, it's highlighted for them to get their attention. Oh, you didn't fool yourself, don't worry. Listen, I make a silly and I make a fool of myself constantly on stream with these games. So don't you worry about it, Danny. Alright. Let's try this again. Oh, blue. Do you know how many times I've accidentally said New Vegas instead of Las Vegas? So many times. Molten puppy, please. Much like the giants, all you have to do is go for his legs to take him down. And he's gone. Bye, puppy. And that's this layer of the Chalice Dungeons done. Now let's go back to making Akechi look handsome again. There you go. Beans! Oh, blue. When I was in high school, I would if I was really tired, I would accidentally call my Italian teacher mom. And she gave me this look, and I'm like, listen, I'm tired. She'd be like, okay. I guess nothing personal, ma'am. I'm tired. Hmm. Aha. The thing I just bought is, oh, shit, I should have looked at the description. Sorry, guys. Okay, yeah, here's some lore about the Chalice Dungeons and Labyrinth we're going into. Root chalices are used in rituals to break the old labyrinth, said to change the labyrinth's form each time. The old labyrinth was carved out by the Pthumerians, superhuman beings that are said to have unlocked the wisdom of the Eldritch Truth. So the Pthumerians are, they are a humanoid race, clearly not humans, but humanoid, who communed with the Great Ones. They were, before Yharnam even existed, Pthumerians found a way to do what people in Yharnam are trying to do, which is reach out to the cosmos. And some of the Pthumerians are still alive. You can find them in the Chalice Dungeons, but you can find them in Yharnam too. They patrol the Cathedral Ward. They're those really tall white figures where their faces look like howling white masks. And they don't talk, but they kind of do this mindless zombie groan. Those are Pthumerians that the church found and I guess were able to communicate to in some way to become like a patrolling guard of hunters and security forces through Cathedral Ward. Ah, okay, and this is what I picked up. One of the root chalices that breaks various seals in the old labyrinth. The glass chalice, when full, is used in a short ritual to quickly create and join a chalice dungeon. This is a co-op thing in the chalice dungeons, where I can just go over here, quick search different dungeons or co-op, or invade people, so I can just hang out here and wait, and eventually the game will pull me into someone's world. We don't have enough blood echoes for that, so what I'm going to do is, I'm still eating, and we still kind of want to take it easy for probably until like 7:15. So, what I'm going to do, excuse me, I'm just going to wait I'm gonna help someone in the Chalice Dungeons and see where I get pulled in. So you guys can still browse Tumblr or other social media sites or study or do homework. And then we'll move on to a new part of the game. Once I'm done eating. Although this can take a while. I was able to sell that, right? Yeah, okay. And then the little messengers are groaning happily because I found a way to travel deeper into the ruins, and they're just like, yay. So you could see them at the altar here. They pop up out of the ground and they pray to and like just touch and paw at the different chalices that you put on it. It's kind of cute. And they're the ones who pull you into where you need to go. School makes us smart and dumb. Hold on, guys. The messengers are good skelly boys. These tiny, weird skelly dudes are bad skelly boys. Where the hell are they? I just got turned around real fast. That sky. And these ones are gross because they're being summoned from a hell dimension, so that's why they're bright red. And this old lady is summoning them. Die. Bye. No. I haven't done anything in the plot yet. Because I wanted to finish my dinner and wait for some more people to show up, and then also give people a chance to like eat dinner or do their own thing before we progress with plot. Yeah, as long as you don't spoil shit, it's fine. Do you mind? Bye. Evil Santa Claus. Have fun with dinner. Oh, okay. I really need to lock onto these things. I think I can get away with, well, I can get away with not locking on because I'm like, oh, they're so weak. Ha ha ha. So I don't have to do this. But that's not the case. I have to take them seriously. Like that even in these ancient tombs, there are terrible, annoying dogs. Murder puppies are an eternal frustration. Ow. And these are also, these big guys, they were also used by the Pthumerians to patrol the labyrinth, to help coordinate the people digging here, and how far they went down, and just picking up new materials, finding more proof of the Eldritch Truth. Like these very skinny dudes, these are also a form of Pthumerian. So basically, I am thoughtlessly slaughtering an ancient race of people who are very angry and just want me dead. Alright. I can't remember. I have a sneaking suspicion that this boss is kind of difficult. I just can't remember who it is. Oh. No. It's just the goat man. Hey, goat man. I'm on your bridge, goat man. You're my bridge now. Ow! I guess he really does not want me on his bridge, you guys. Ow! I'm trying to parry him, but like, I don't think I should bother. There we go. BuzzFeed unsolved, Lala. You're such an asshole! I like that he has pyromancies, by the way. Like, this is a weird demon dog that's learned the art of mastering fire. So he's some form of an ancient beast plague person who has some sort of magical property to him. He transformed into a beast. Either he was a mage when he was human, or the beast blood allowed him to tap into that. It's not really clear. It is possible that Pthumerian blood, or there was a type of old blood that the old blood may actually possess both blood and flame-like properties, because the Keeper of the Old Lords, the fire doggo that we fought, he's molten rock and fire. And then we fought that guy, and that guy has fire magic, pretty much. And there will be other characters we run into whose blood possesses fire-based properties. So it's interesting to see how Supernatural True Crimes, is that BuzzFeed? Also BuzzFeed? I honestly don't really watch much of anything. I keep forgetting they explode. I think I saw some... I think I saw some of True Crime. Not of Supernatural, not of BuzzFeed Supernatural, but I definitely have seen some of True Crime. Oh no! I forgot he was there! I'm gonna die! Oh no! Oh, how am I not dead? Oh my god, you guys, look at that. Look at that magic pixel that saved my life. Holy shit. I have 18 hit points. Stop it, Bo. I forgot it was there again. This is why we pay attention, kids. There will be stuff on the ceiling, ready to eat us. Ready, willing, and able to eat us. The magic pixel of health. There is no water in this game. Like, no water element. No... I mean, if you want to get technical, there's, the game compares blood to the properties of water in the sense of water being, if water is the source of life and blood is a source of life and both of them nurture and sustain life, then water doesn't necessarily cancel out fire. It's almost like if there's fire in the blood and blood is comparable to water, then it's almost like this disparate substance, which is water itself, can give rise to its exact opposite, which the toxic contrast of opposites is a Bloodborne theme in terms of humans fight beasts in order to keep humanity safe, and yet humans become much closer to beasts the more they hunt them. Humans want to aspire to a greathood similar to the level of gods, but humans can never be a god, so do you see what I mean in terms of toxic disparity and contrasts? So that's what I think they were going for. Because the toxic disparity contrast is a huge thing in Dark Souls. Like when Soraya and I do our Dark Souls streams, you guys will learn that firsthand, that the toxic disparity is... In the opening sentence of Dark Souls 1's lore, it basically tells you that there was once a time where everything was balanced and equal in a total world of gray, and then disparity came once we found light and fire. Because then once we learned that there was light, then a natural conclusion is there has to be something that's the opposite of light, which is dark. Once we have warmth, what's the opposite of warmth? Cold. What's the opposite of life? Death. So that's something that Bloodborne has, but not as overt and upfront as Dark Souls. God, I hate all of you. Well, that's why I really like Dark Souls 3 now, is because it is about finding a balance. You do totally find a way to balance out things in Dark Souls 3. In fact, you find out how to do it twice. And then there's also, in Dark Souls 3, there's also the issue, or Dark Souls, I mean, in general, there's also the issue of, the god who created the first flame, or discovered the first flame, was so terrified of the idea of an age of dark. So he was so terrified of the idea of a life, or an existence without fire, that he did everything he could to, prolong an age of fire past its natural lifespan. So, in Dark Souls, this is seen as a terrible thing. You're not meant to do that. It's like when something dies, it's meant to die. It's meant to fade. Fire fades. And the god being so scared of that is what led to most of the problems in the world. If not all of them, honestly. And, so in Dark Souls, there's since nobody really knows what it's like when the fire actually fades, they have no way of knowing whether or not it's really as bad as they're meant to believe. Or if it's just fire-based propaganda that makes you think, oh, okay, it can't be so bad, really. And then Dark Souls 3 gives you two examples, or one example of why it's not so bad, and then another example of how, like, you can still maintain a balance and find a way to have life continue on, regardless of what happens when it fades. Now, to be fair, and I know we're getting into Dark Souls lower here, and it has nothing to do with Bloodborne. To be fair, there are times when dark, and I don't mean darkness, I mean dark, capital D, like the dark. The dark is an actual, it's not like Kingdom Hearts darkness, it's like the dark is an actual tangible thing in Dark Souls. It's an essence, it's a state of being. Anytime that the dark does run rampant, it has led to some scary shit, so people are naturally and rightfully afraid of it. But if there's, that's still like the dark going out of control in a world that has been suppressing it. So my argument is, well, what happens if the people were to embrace the dark and not try to control and suppress it? How much better off would they be? And how terrifying could it really be? Oh, you asshole! These horrible hag witches with their skulls. Anyway, back to Bloodborne now. Yeah, Ulasil. Ulasil's a perfect example. But Ulasil also brought that on themselves, considering what they were doing. Just die! I'm getting cheeky. And now I gotta go back to get more blood vials anyway. Considering the weird, gross, horrible experiments that Ulasil was doing, they kind of fucked everything up for themselves. But yeah, that's Dark Souls. I don't know when Saraya and I are gonna stream them, because I think I said on yesterday's stream she wanted me to do Dark Souls 1 and Bloodborne, and then she'd do Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3. Because she has really good builds for both. Yeah, no worries now. I'm not trying to say in a bad way, shut up, because, no, we're both talking about it. I'm just saying, like, a lot of this is probably, people are hearing and they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I'm like, yeah, no, I get it. Bloodborne itself is hard enough to understand. Like, doing a lore dump of Dark Souls on people just seems especially rude. Of me. Okay, so we did stuff in Chalice Dungeons for a bit. Now we're ready to progress with the game. Now we can go to 3 places. We can go to, what is it? Canehurst. We can go to Yharnam, or we can go to the Nightmare Frontier, which is not the same as the DLC. So, which would you guys rather I try and go to now? In fact, let me make a straw poll. Lala, the Nightmare Frontier is a very strange, weird, but it's exactly what it sounds like on a T. There's more to explore there. It's a weird area. Very cool visually, but strange. Canehurst is a castle where the Vile Bloods live. It's inspired by Castlevania, and it's a place full of ice and snow and weird, creepy vampire monsters and ghosts. And Yharnam, we were in Yharnam briefly a while back, and that's a secret place hidden to the side of Yharnam where there's a lot of strange rituals going on, and we now have access to it. Now that we broke the secret of the ritual, we can find a way to get in there now. Now we got 2 for Canehurst, 1 for Nightmare. Up now it's 50-50. Up. Nope. 3 for Canehurst, 4 for Canehurst. You gonna give it like another castle? Okay. Everyone wants Castle Canehurst. I'm happy with that. Forsaken Castle Canehurst. I might be a little under-leveled for this area. I normally come here when I'm at like level 65. And I'm at... Oh, 1 for Yharnam. I'm at level 53 now, so I'm a little under-leveled where I normally am. This place is gross, by the way, just so you guys know. It's very, very gross. Like that. That's a giant blood-bloated tick with a human face. That's what the type of beast plague things do here, is it turns people into that. And it just killed me in 2 hits. They're very disgusting, and they're very strong. Yeah, luckily they're only outside here. We won't be seeing them once we actually make it through the fucking doors. Yeah. But inside's kind of... Inside's creepy, but not as bad as this. Thanks, Ahmad. Nah, I'm just kind of chilling, hanging out with buddies. I appreciate it, though. Now we're in the castle. I'm trying to imagine Akechi's reaction to showing up at a castle, and he walks through the front door and all he hears is women that he can't see sobbing hysterically. My rights are Palash. Weapon wielded by the Knights of Canehurst. Combines an elegant knight's sword with the peculiar firearm wielded by the Canehurst Order. The old nobles, long-time imbibers of blood, are no strangers to the sanguine plague, and the disposal of beasts was a discreet task left to their servants or knights, as they were called for the sake of appearances. So the people here in Canehurst, separated as they were from Yharnam, have their own beast plague to deal with, and they also understand what it is, but they have no ties to the church, so they don't necessarily care about the church's problems. And they have their knights to deal with it. I might be Lala, we'll see. I mean, if I play safe, I can get enough echoes here, so I'll be able to level up. Ah! She scared me. Yeah, there's ghosts here, by the way. They don't want me around. I don't like fighting them, though. I feel bad for them. So I try to ignore them. And there's cleaners, there's people who like take care of the castle that are still here, who are scared, I guess, of the fact that I've disturbed the ghosts. I will, however, have to fight these ladies to get the goodie that's in here. Oh, that's cool. All the lights went out when they appeared. I didn't even notice that before. No, they're not. Because, see, they're coming right at me. They know exactly where I am. They could be doing a mixture of both. Whoop, 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 whoop. Ladies, 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 please. I do like the lights went out when they all appeared. I never noticed that before, ever. But something terrible happened here at Canehurst to make all these angry ghosts. And we have their dress. We can wear a pretty, pretty, pretty dress. She's not happy. Ma'am, come back. I want to see you. Ma'am. Please. Alright, fine. Oh, there we go. You can kind of see her, it's hard to tell from this angle, but all the ghosts, their throats are slit. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Come back here, lady. And they do have blindfolds on, so you get the, you know how, royal executions happen, like all of King Henry's wives, how they were executed, they had white blindfolds tied around their eyes. Before they were lowered, their heads were lowered to the chopping block. But these women were executed en masse with their throats being slit. So you have to wonder who did that. Who would execute them in such a way? And we only know one group of people who exists in Yharnam and Healing Church lore, whose sole purpose is to execute things, and they're called the Executioners. By the way, I can wear this pretty dress, and this dress should look familiar to you because Ariana, the Lady of the Evening, wears it too. It has terrible stats, by the way. Isn't it pretty? I kind of want to run with this just because it's pretty, and I do have a habit of wearing wearing all the new clothes as I get them. But it has terrible stats. Oh, I did find. I also found a new garb set. So I'm gonna. There you go. I look bitchin'. Okay, and I found something called the Grave Guard stat. Well, let's look at the stats. They're not so bad. I mean, my defense, physical defense is really, it's low, but it's doable, it's manageable. It has high blood defense, which, useful, so. This game, honestly, the stats, it's called P5borne for a reason, where it's like, the stats are kind of negligible, except for in some areas, so just dress however you want. But, okay, I got a different garb when I was out in the woods collecting things I missed. This is the Mask of Doras, a grave guard of the Forbidden Woods. His pale countenance mimics the Labyrinth Watchers. So, the mask on this face is meant to look like the Pthumerians. It's meant to look like that old ancient race of people inside the Tomb of the Gods. Willem kept 2 loyal servants back at Byrgenwerth. When they were sent into the labyrinth, they encountered the eldritch truth and went mad. One became the password gatekeeper, while Doris became a graveguard of the forest. Both remained loyal, even in madness. We never actually meet Doris. We find a corpse in the Forbidden Woods that has this garb on it. And the password gatekeeper was that weird guy behind the door who asked us for the password that we learned in Vicar Amelia's cathedral. And then when we opened the door immediately after telling it to him, he was dead. And he had been dead for a very long time. So not only were they loyal to Byrgenwerth and Willem even in madness, they were, well, the password keeper was loyal even in death. And thank you, I do look like a Grim Reaper. I think he looks rather pretty. Kick-ass in a pretty dress, so like, guess what? These are the games for you, Faith. There's a lot of female versions of the garbs that are so lovely. Honestly, like they're the white church garb and the black church garb, they're gorgeous little bodices and black skirts with ankle boots. They're so pretty. Now I'm fighting gargoyle vampires. Swish, swish, bitch. Ow! Whoa! But he just fell through the world. Lala, if you end up drawing him in this dress, I will be very happy. You don't have to, so no pressure. You can just daydream about it too, that's fine. And guess what? Oh no! I thought I could dodge. Guess what? You can totally get a crown too. Off of me! Look, I know I'm a hot piece in this dress, but you don't gotta touch me. Bye! These statues are kind of creepy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't worry about it, Lala. Like, don't feel, like I said, don't feel obligated to do that at all. It would be cool to see how you can do it. But there's no pressure. Goro is the true queen. That's why it's called royal, you guys. Haha. We all thought it'd have something to do with Kasumi. We all thought it'd have something to do with any of that. Nope. Royal is Akechi. You know the cool thing about this holy blade? It has a hidden stat called righteous damage. So against things like this, or against truly monstrous deformed creatures, I do extra damage because my blade is holy. Executioner garb. I don't want to change into it because I really like the dress I'm rocking, but let me show you what it looks like. Attire worn by the band of executioners commanded by the martyr Logarius. This is what Alfred was wearing. So Alfred is an executioner. He's a vile blood hunter. This later became the basis for all church attire, with its heavy draping of holy shawl. So the executioners came first, and then the church hunters came. As the great Logarius once said, acts of goodness are not always wise, and acts of evil are not always foolish, but regardless, we shall always strive to be good. So that's Logarius, the guy in charge of the executioners, said that things you do in the name of good or in the name of justice may not always be the smartest thing to do, and acts of evil and acts of injustice may be pragmatically the smartest thing to do. And regardless of this disparity, you must always try to be just and good. Yeah, I really like this one. I can show you what the executioner garb looks like. It's cool. And that's something, again, this is something all genders can wear. It's not bad. It looks really cozy, because it looks like he'd be very warm in the snow environment. It has the hunter's mark on the front. It's got a lot of buttons, the beads. It's got, like, bolts on the gloves. It's got a hood in the back and a holy shawl, but yeah. But I kind of want to be a pretty princess for a little while. Isn't it? The costumes in this, ugh, I love every single garb that you find. Their design is just so awesome. Whoever decided all the clothes for this game was fucking fantastic. Oh, there's a new type of ghost in here, by the way. You know how I said some of these ladies had their throats slit? Not only do we have ghosts with daggers, we have headless ghosts. Who are carrying their heads in their hands. And those are the ones that are screaming. We'll see them in a second. There's a few of them in the middle of the room. And the scream actually stun locks you if you get too close to them. Their scream has the power to capture you. Sorry, I'm destroying your library here, ladies. But look, we match! Oh, yeah, she's screaming out of the wounds in her neck. That's actually kind of cool. I didn't know that they could do that. I thought it was just the headless ones that screamed. But she screams at the sight of me and blood shoots out of her neck. That's really cool. I like that a lot. And I got shot with a dart. That's why I was glowing like that. Oh, wow, she was running. I've never seen them run before. You having trouble, ladies? Come on. They don't like me wearing this dress. Like, one of us has to change, and it has to be you, because we can't actually change clothes. Listen, my guy, you have to stop shooting darts at me. That is very rude. She's so cool, though. Okay, I'm gonna leave you alone, ma'am. I'm gonna play keep away. No, I'm sorry, that's creepy. Their voices are really good, but I don't want to traumatize you guys too much. And then these guys are just pretending to be the cleaners. Someone's shooting darts at me. Is there any weapon more stupid than a fucking blow dart? I mean, seriously. It's so obnoxious. Effective, but obnoxious. found magic pixel pills too. Ow! You're supposed to be librarians. True, I just don't want to traumatize you guys further. That seems incredibly irresponsible. Oh wait, what? How did you get there? Well, people haven't seen them yet, so maybe stop talking about them. Hey, buddy. Oh, this is the ones where they're headless. Ladies. Yeah. See? Her hands are bound and she's holding her head in her hands. I want to try to get her to scream though. There. It's really cool. Sorry, Lala. And like their heads actually do scream, like their mouths open. Aren't they? I love them. Like, I know it sounds bizarre, but the fact that these were women so brutally and wrongly executed who persist and have found a way to make their voices, literally their voices, into a weapon, into something fierce and terrifying. And they use their mutilated bodies to harm other people. Like, they're just, oh, they're so cool. They use their wounds and their spilled blood and it just to harm others that have wronged them. It's so cool. And and it's not even subtle because they're literally screaming out of their wounds. Executioner's gloves. Okay, we got a few things while we were here, so let's read them. Vile Blood Register. A register listing all known Vile Bloods. A red leather record of the Vile Bloods loyal to the Covenant of Annalise, Queen of the Vile Bloods, at Canehurst Castle. A record of the Vile Bloods, bloodlusting hunters who seek blood dregs of their prey, kept throughout the ages. What else did we find? Oh yeah, we found this. Executioner's gloves. Summon wrathful spirits. One of the secret treasures hidden in Canehurst, the gloves of an executioner from a faraway land. Passed from executioner father to executioner son, these gloves can be used to summon wrathful spirits of the past by smearing them with blood. It is said that the nobles found immeasurable delight in the dances of these vengeful specters. So the Canehurst nobles weren't exactly the nicest people. They were, the Vile Bloods are what PvPers are in this game, where they invade other people and take their blood echoes and find the dregs inside of their victim's blood and bring it to their queen so she can feast off of it. And not only that, they are opposed to the church, or the church aren't that great of people either, but Vile Bloods are opposed to them. They have their own dark secrets. They're collecting these blood dregs for a very specific purpose, so while they are enemies of the church, they are not necessarily themselves on the up and up either. No running in the library, please. These clothes are really nice. This is what I think if you do a Ren, Akiden cosplay build, this is what you should wear. And I'll show you guys in a second. It looks different when you have a female hunter. It's really pretty on both, but oh, my face is covered in blood. But yeah. Oh wait, no, I want it to be this. The back of it, you got the little shoulder cape, a little dagger, the gold brocade, fancy filigree. You got the chain and a gem. A little Shakespeare collar. Yeah. It's really, really pretty. The female version of it is a long red and black skirt. And a red and black top. Thanks, SS. Yeah, I kind of like the guys' version more than I like the girls', but both of them are pretty cool. This is what I think, if, like I said, if you do the Akiden cosplay builds, this is what he should wear. Kin Coldblood. Hello. That's the allure of fashion-born faith. Tempted to always look pretty. Oh, hey, man. Oh yeah, there's a shortcut that I didn't open up. And this takes me all the way back to the beginning. Which I'm gonna go level up. And yeah, I wish I had an unlimited amount of money, because I would commission so many artists to draw if they wanted to to draw Persona 5 characters, or specifically Akiden and Akechi in Bloodborne outfits, because they're just so cool. And I'm like, I just want to see it. I just want to see them in the clothes. Oh yeah, you can see the clothes a little better here. Oh. It's like dark red and gold. Red, gold, and black, actually. With the chain along the cape. Aren't they nice? This is the knight's garb, Danny. This is, if you cosplay as Joker, this is what I think he should wear. The female version of it's really nice too.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
I wouldn't worry about the detail, Faith. If you just want to do like,
your worth in the waking world.
because there's the detail on these are like almost absurd, like beautiful to look at, but to actually draw, it's like, ooh, please don't hurt yourself that way. So yeah, anything that encourages you to draw and to try out new stuff, I think you should do it. I am in full support of this. That'd be so cute. Aww. You'd be pretty, pretty ladies. That would be amazing. Oh my god, Faith. Holy shit, that would be perfect for her. Let's see. Futaba would be Yurie, the girl I fought at Bergenworth. Yusuke, who would he be? Oops. Maruki would be Mikolash, and you guys will know exactly what I mean when we get to him. Yusuke would be... Who would Yusuke be? I'm not sure, actually. Yeah. He's absolutely Mikolash. Oh, no, not there. Let's all art while I go traipsing around the Ice Vampire Palace. Woo! I'm not hurting all those ladies again, so we're just going to use this to run right past all of them. Ooh, there's something here. Evelyn! Ooh, I got a new gun, and its name is Evelyn. I'm dead. I wasn't expecting them to go aggro like that on me in the ladder. I normally make it to the ladder in time. But now that lets us look at the Evelyn, which is a really cool gun that I don't think I have the stats for. No. Oh, it's so cool though. It's a special pistol used by Canehurst Knights. The Evelyn uses quicksilver bullets, just as any workshop firearm. But the Canehurst variant relies more on blood tinge. Lovingly named after a woman and graced with an intricate design, Evelyns were adored by Canehurst Knights. What is my blood tinge stat? It's 5. Yeah, I'm never gonna be able to... I'm never gonna be able to get that unless I dump like 13 levels into that, which is ridiculous. I mean, I could do it, but there's no real point. There is a character who uses the Evelyn, so we will be seeing it. No, I just Goomba stomped her. Sorry, lady. Yeah, ascend the ladder, please. Ascend the ladder, please. Thank you. Warm blood gemstone. So these Canehurst people were doing a lot of research, as you can tell from their, like, 4-story library that they've got going here. They were delving into some secrets. Ooh, a chunk. Hello, Mr. Gargoyle. A knight's wig. Ooh, I got a wig. I love that variant of the attack where you just slam them down with the blade. Ooh, I love it. Literally, it's a wig. Actually, I think it's a hat wig. It's cooler on the guys than it is on the girls. The girls, it's this tiny little... It's a tiny little cap with a little white... see, with the guy, it's a pretty ribbon with a white braid attached. And there's actually a reason why the hair looks like this. And I never understood why this wasn't also the version for the women either, because the women, like I said, it's just this tiny little hat that just looks so silly, but the bow is so pretty. I think if I have any complaint about Bloodborne's fashion, it's that. It's that the women knight's garb did not get a pretty little bow. Oh, I think there's gold on the boots as well. Let's see. Yeah, there's a gold trim on the boots. Oh, that's going to be hard to get. I mean, hard to see. Hold on. This is a very, very, very roundabout secret way to get to a hidden throne room, by the way. We have to just traverse across the rooftop, across secret passages, all to get to this special secret area. I'm trying to get the shoes. Oh, dang it. Yeah, there's like little gold buckles on the back. Alright. Let's see how well I do. What's the name of the dress? In Bloodborne, it's called the Noble Dress. Good luck, Lala. He brings screaming skulls raining down from the sky to attack me. Oh. God, it's so loud. You know what? Hold on. You can't even hear the really cool music. Oh, that's too low. Still too low. Alright, that's not bad. Oh! I thought I'd be safe from that. Damn it, normally you can do more damage and he won't buff up like that. But I didn't do enough. Shit. Yeah, he got me. God, you're so loud! Oh, these stats aren't that good. Alright, let's change into something else. Let's try the Executioner's Scarf. Oh, yeah, those are pretty good. The blunt defense, excuse me, is 230. Physical in general is 170. The arcane's 213, which is very useful because he's using arcane magic on me. There we go. You know, I might actually try this. What do you mean by blood sword? And I've played this before. This isn't blind. It's just I think I'm a little weak, and I haven't tried fighting him with the cleaver yet, so I want to try that out. Oh, come on. God dang, I was getting greedy. I know exactly what killed me. I'll get you yet, Grandpa. Make some water, guys. Yeah, I may go back to this. And if I die on this attempt, I'm probably just gonna stay here in terms of co-oping with people on the boss, because I haven't fought him in a while, so I'm a bit rusty, and I'd rather help other people, like practice by helping other people, than resort to calling in others to help. Which I don't have a problem with doing that. It's just I want to see how long it takes me to be able to do it on my own. Dang it. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okie doke. Okay, boo. Yeah, when he dies, when I kill Logarius, everyone has to say, okay, boomer. That is the ultimate okay, boomer. Excuse me? Since I'm playing only with one headphone, I couldn't hear him at all. Oh, wow. I couldn't hear him at all. That doesn't count as a death. Because Logarius didn't kill me, so we're gonna try him one more time. And hopefully this angry guy who heard me talking shit about Logarius will not try to eat my head anymore. Right? Fucking rude as hell. And that's the trouble of only playing with a headset that has only one thing in your ear. You can't hear everything. I was trying to see if any of my Bluetooth headsets could work, but PS4 doesn't support Bluetooth wireless, so you need a headset like that you can plug in that has a mic attached to it, and I don't have one of those. So I just have to make do with the PS4 headset microphone combination, which, to be fair, it's not bad, but it's this little plastic nub that fits in your ear, and my ears have like a weird shape, so I can't actually wear earbuds. So it just hurts after a while. Anyway, I'm bitching about nothing. Ugh. Also, the run to this boss is terrible because you have to very carefully maneuver it so that you run along the roof and along the sides of towers, and you always lose some portion of your health. Like, how much health did I lose? A lot. I have over 100 hit points of health, or it's just gone because of the trip over here. That's just damage that I take. It's very annoying. Oh, I didn't think that would hit me. Damn it! Ugh. I thought I could get away. Don't get greedy, Kristen. Don't get greedy. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh. Wait, but where is the gun? Where is it? Oh, this is bullshit. Because now it's going to be shooting swords at me. But I don't actually know where it is. I mean, it's a cool spell, but... I don't actually know where it is. so I don't know. I don't know where it is. It's in here somewhere. Although I've never actually seen this before. That's really cool. I've never seen the, that gun sword spiral. That's really, really neat. Because normally I'm capable of getting rid of them, but alas. Alright, we're gonna help people. Because it's doable. It's also... He's the sort of boss that, it's really helpful to have someone else with you because of how fast he is and how much he stays on you. And sometimes you just need breathing room. And he's, finding him by yourself is tricky for me. I always struggled with it, and then I always end up going through so many health vials just because he has his attacks are so specific and like in the sense that they could be they have long wind up, but they're extremely hard to parry. He only has a very short parry window with one attack. He has magic. He's pretty much the only boss so far to have magic, not like Rom, where Rom's magic was targeted and honed and you could get away from. His has such a huge area of like a blast attack that you can't keep your eye on it the way it's hard to keep your eye on it because if you take your eye off of him, he moves so fast that I don't know. I'm not making excuses, I'm just explaining why with this boss I always tend to co-op. Because ugh. Otherwise I'm here for a while. But let's get some practice in helping other people. And I lowered the sound a bit so that the sound effects aren't as loud and horrifying for you guys. I tried to make the music the same, because the music in this fight's really, really good. Aw, Faith. I'm sure honestly, I can't draw to save my fucking life. Oops. So any drawing you do is going to be fantastic. It's difficult because you have a clear image in your mind of what you want it to be. And it's always, for any artist, it's always easier imagining what you want something to be. But the very act of trying to replicate the image you see in your brain is incredibly fucking wonderful and fascinating, and you deserve all the credit for it. Yeah, I fall into that habit too of being incredibly critical of my writing, but I try to tell myself, like, look, the fact that I've had this idea at all and I'm dedicated to trying to bring it to life is fucking fantastic. And any effort I make towards bringing what I visualize into my life, not into my life, into my mind, into my real life, is worth that effort, and it takes a lot of discipline. Not necessarily just talent, but discipline, you really dedicated focus. So the fact that you're willing to do this at all that's great. You should be very proud of yourself for even trying. Yeah. I understand. Oh. I think I'm gonna get summoned. Yep. You can tell, in the top right corner of the screen, the Hunter's rune icon will flash. Because that means the game is saving itself. Lady Hymenburst, that's a terrible name. There's some weird names in this. I saw one that was all blanked out because it was obviously a curse. In Dark Souls 1, I got invaded by Pornhub.com. Swan Neck, yeah, Edith Swan Neck. You know what? I really hope that we can run into someone or somehow find Edith Swan Neck when we do Dark Souls 3. She was a fucking icon, you guys. Also, for those Soulsborne streams, I don't know if Soraya will do it, but I'm going to try to create some other Persona 5 builds in Dark Souls 1 at least. Probably do Akinen, or maybe another Akechi, or I'll try to see what we can manage. Just because I like the idea of them having adventures in these alternate universes. Yeah, there's in Bloodborne there is a very specific cosplay build that a lot of people use, which is the old guy from Courage the Cowardly Dog. They use him a lot. Yeah. So they'll make their character look like him with like the giant chin and everything. And they give him this, they make him wield the Kirk hammer. It's funny. Oh, shit, dodge right into that. I think because he has a line in Courage where it's like, "Where's me mallet?" and so you can have the Kirk hammer. Oh, I almost fell off the ledge. Oh, I was really close to falling. Oh, 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 yes, finally, 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 I got a fucking visceral on him. Yeah, 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 yeah. God, I love this music. We did it, you guys. Me and Lady Hyman burst. We did it. Well, I helped this person beat him. I still have to beat him. See, that's why it's so much easier when you have someone else. Because you can trade off of sneaking up on behind him and drawing aggro from him. It's just, yeah, it's just easier with a friend. So I'm probably going to summon somebody. Nearly finished. We got too excited. Oh, Faith, did I make you a mod, Faith? Because if you feel comfortable sharing it, I would love to see what you drew. Okay, actually, yeah, I am going to get the English release, just so I could see what their translation is. I'm not going to be playing it with the dub voices, though, because I don't like the dub voices. And I am going to get Scramble when it comes out in Japan, and I'm going to import that and play it, too. It's up to you, Faith. If you don't want to share it, that's totally fine. Please don't feel pressured. We would all love to see it, though. We could add it to the stream lore. And the 55. Stream lore! Deep stream lore. We have so much stream lore, I feel like we legitimately need to make a wiki.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
Alright, how many levels can I get? 1! Fantastic! What I was going to do now is keep track of the stuff that I was saying about Akechi in terms of the relation to Bloodborne lore and how Persona 5 and Bloodborne are similar, and if people want to do like a Bloodborne Akechi or Akashu AU with this, go right ahead. Go right ahead, that's totally fine. Oh, Faith, that's gonna be really cool though. Ooh. Alright, what do I get the most benefit from? That. Kind of that. I like the idea of us writing like a Google Doc of stream lore, like an essay, or a. You know how there's Vati Vidya who does lore essays on Dark Souls and Bloodborne and stuff like that. We should I should just not we, but anyone really, but like me or Soraya should just do that just for the stream, just lore videos. Like how ridiculous would that be? It's just inside jokes of all of ours. That'd be fun though. This does get a boost. Find more items. That'd be so funny. When Soraya wants to hang out again, or when she's got the time, or even when because she's gonna stream. She's probably gonna stream when I'm in the city this weekend. Then, and when you guys watch her stuff, bring it up to her and see what she says. She'll probably find it hysterical. Many times, been crying, laughing. Yeah, like the Persona 5 Royal streams are so much fun because of you guys, and these streams are fun too. But Royal, there's something about Royal that, yeah, it's just good. It's good stuff.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Can I use this? No. Hmm. I just realized we never finished this layer of the Chalice Dungeon. Whoopsie. Number arcane. Beware of fire. Uh-oh. Oh, god damn it. Knew it. Thank you, Faith. I'll look in a second. Wow. Well, I didn't do too bad. This is doable. Aww. Thanks, Faith. Hold on, let me look now. Now that I'm dead, let me go look. Which is a weird way to phrase it. Ooh, I like it. Oh, I really like it, Faith. This is cool. The little hatchet. Oh, Faith. This is. Can I post the link, or would you like to post the link? Oh, I'm gonna post it on my main blog. If that's okay, would you like me to reblog it on main, or? Yay! Okay, hold on, let me just grab the link real quick for you. There you go. That should be it. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go, yeah. I'm like, what if I just linked you guys to something stupid? No. Alright. I can do this. I had a horrible feeling it was this guy, and... What I like about her is she's dressed like a witch. And I can get her clothes. Oh, wow. Well, I got her down to half. That's not bad. I can do this. Aww. Well, it came out good, Faith. Especially if you haven't drawn in a while. And that's the thing about art, or anything that you haven't done in some time. It's gonna be kind of like riding a bike for the first time after a really long time. You're gonna be a little wobbly, but then the more you do it, because art is like training a muscle, the more you'll feel comfortable with it again. I wish you could fucking parry her when she does the goddamn fireball. But you can't, and I confuse that for when she does the other attack that I can parry. Come on, ma'am. I win. Phew, okay. The cool thing about her is, her name is the Keeper of the Old Lords. And we fought a watchdog of the Old Lords. And now this is the Keeper. So this seems to be, she's clearly human-sized, so she's probably a human. And she's dressed like a witch, and she's got magic fire powers, too. So she seems to be, if I could hazard a guess, she seems to be in some position of authority over in the tomb of the gods, or these Thumerian tombs. She has some control here. So to keep the old lords, it's kind of like gravekeeper, grave tender, something like that. Oh look, this guy wants to come in. No, I haven't. This is gonna sound like kind of silly or sad to you guys, but like, when I was a teenager, I didn't really have many friends in real life, or they all like bullied and abandoned me. And then for safety-related reasons, I switched schools when I was a senior. And D&D when I was a teenager wasn't really a thing that people did. Probably people older than me did it, but it wasn't as big as it is now, where it's like everyone talks about it. Not everyone, but it's where it's more of a thing to do. And when all the friends that I had who lived here, who still had after high school, they all moved away after college. So I don't really have any friends on Long Island to play D&D with. And now that Discord and like voice chat and group chat and stuff is a thing, I know that that's possible. However, I find it kind of intimidating because it involves a lot of numbers, and I have this thing where I honestly can't do basic math. Like, it's very, very hard for me to do that and to keep track of numbers and stats. And I also get not really stage fright, but the idea of, oh, I have a character I make, and I wouldn't act as the character, but I would feel nervous, I guess, being that character in some capacity. I don't know how to describe it, but long story short, no, I have not played D&D. I do think it's cool. I think if I were to ever do something like D&D, it would be Vampire the Masquerade, though, just because I think that's really cool, because it's real world, supernatural, dark, weird politics and vampiric lore and monsters and school shit. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good point. Good point, Danny. I know Soraya does D&D. She's been doing it for years, actually. Sage's Wrist. Okay, we picked up a lot of stuff. Let's read. More tomb mold. Nothing new there. We do have a Sage's Wrist. A body part of a saint, sacrificed by the healing church in their search for truth. This, there's certain types of saints in the healing church. Blood saints, primarily, those are women or people, but I think mostly women who have especially potent, powerful, magical blood. And they're used as sources for blood transfusions and whatnot. They're blood donors, basically. This is the hands of a blood saint that have been cut off and are used in holy chalice rituals by the healing church, presumably to get further into the labyrinth and discover more secrets. Yeah, she would know a lot more about it than I would, Danny. or have more to say about it. With me, I'm just like, "Ugh." You finished! Oh, I'd love to see it. We have such talented people on the stream. Of course. I think you should be able to post the link now. Or tomb mold, yay. Yeah, I was just thinking that too, Danny. I'm like, soon everyone is just gonna be a mod. Like, there's no determiner for whomst is a mod and whomst isn't. It's just, you want to post a link and the link is cool shit, there you go, you're a mod. You abuse these privileges and you're not a mod anymore, but you still can hang. Yeah, whatever, Santa. I haven't seen the link. Do you want to try again, Lala? It hasn't shown up. There you go. Okay, hold on, let me kill the angry skellies. I love it. Look at that sassy pose! pose! Oh my god, look at that sassy pose! And the big ass sword. Oh. Oh my god, Lala, I love it. Love it, love it, love it. You guys are all so talented. I'm so proud of all of you. I do have a big ass sword. That is very true. But I just love the idea of him just in this dainty, beautiful garb with this beast of a great sword. Just like, yeah, what's up? Akira takes one look at him. He's like, that's the man I love. That's that weird boy that has stolen my heart. Yeah, it's sassy, and but it's also just like, like it's a sort of casual, regal pomposity. When Bluish gets back, you can feel very free to link it again and be like, Blue, 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 look what I did. I did a thing, Blue. Whoa! How did that kill me in one? Wow. Oh, she's got crazy magic fire, that's why. Oopsie. I'm very, very flattered and happy that both you and Faith broke the art hiatus with Bloodborne related things. That warms my heart. F at Krist, yeah. Give me back my echoes. Art stream. Alright, now who is the boss of this area? Whomst is the boss? I really can't... I thought I knew. I think it may be a Sumerian elder. I think. Yes. Whoa, 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 whoa. Got a Zoidberg on out of here. Oh, you rude. Oh my god, just get off me for 2 seconds so I can heal, please. His outfit's kind of like, the Canehurst nobles' knights' outfits. Which indicates that the Canehurst nobles and the Pthumerians are connected. I was doing so well and then I wasn't. Yusuke would be proud of you guys. Oh, yeah, I forgot. This is not actually good for combat. It's good for running around because it looks pretty. That's about it. Let's go back to old baseball here. Wow! That's like, there's this one boss in the Chalice Dungeons that there's this one tiny ring around the arena where it's a gap to a bottomless pit. This one tiny area. And what happened is once I went into the arena and I dodged to the left and somehow managed to dodge right into the bottomless pit. So I took maybe 2 steps into the boss zone and just fucking ate shit. And with this, it's just, ugh. I don't remember him. He's easy to parry, but I don't remember the timing for it. And then the way, like, he's not fun. Also, I just lost 18,000 echoes. Or 19,000 even, that's even worse. Oh well. God damn it. I'm getting better. I can do it. I can do anything. Ooh, there's trail mix upstairs. And it has friggin' peanut butter M&Ms in it. I'm gonna go get me some. Come upstairs with me, chat. May I have have some trail mix. Okay. I'll clean that later. Sorry.
Fireworks going off.
Delicious, delicious trail mix. Matsuri should be back from work. Hopefully she'll want to pop in, because I know Monday is going to be... Monday probably was a pretty rough day at work for her. Sorry for the chewing. When I beat this guy, then we can say, okay, boomer. I don't have the parry time down for that. Oh. Let me just eat my trail mix for a second. He gets me every time with the same move. Every time with the same move. Just gonna eat my trail mix. Yeah, I know. I was real close the other time. It's just the second phase that I don't have the timing down for when to parry those attacks. Okay. We're gonna try 5 more times. And then I'll summon help. Let's see what these notes are. All thanks to Hunter. That doesn't necessarily help me in any way. Time for hunting. Yes, I'm aware. Well, I can't wait. Hee hee hee. But that doesn't help me. None of these things help me. God! That was even worse than the first time. He said no. He just said no. He really isn't. This guy heard that he heard that Goro has a reputation for killing boomers, and he's like, not today, bitch, not in my tomb. He's weak to arcane and fire. That's very useful to know. This is backstep. Ooh. Oh shit. I could use the beast roar to knock him to the ground. I keep forgetting I have this. I can get him against the wall. Okay. That's a good point. Alright, guys. I'll give this strategy a few more runs and see how it works. Alright, Grandpa. Oh my god. Wow! It's, you know what I try to do with that? I try to dodge past those swipes, but since he turns with each attack, he's just not having it. He's just not having it. I'm being dumb. Oh, that's embarrassing. We'll figure it out. I probably could have tried to parry him. Maybe have succeeded there. Come on, I beat Keeper of the Old Lords. I can beat you. Jesus! Fuck off! Ugh, okay, no. Can't get salty. Can't get salty. Can't get salty. I just hate boomerang effects on things. Can't get salty. Can't get salty. I'm just gonna fucking chug this thing of trail mix. Okay, I'm not salty. It is very tense, yes. That was pretty good though. Fire works well against him. Yeah, I know. It's that second phase just fucks me up. Alright, I have 4 more attempts before I summon help. What else did I have equipped? Oh, they said the lead elixir was useful, but I don't have that. It may be worth it to get it, though. No. Three more. Three more. What's annoying is that I'm doing decent damage to him. It's just the constant swiping, and then I'm trying to dodge through his attacks instead of dodging in cardinal directions, because dodging back, he just closes the distance. And if I dodge to the side, his swipes can get me because he has a curved blade. So I'm thinking, okay, the easiest way is to dodge through it, because when you're off the ground, you're technically invincible. So I can dodge through his attacks, so even if he's attacking, it won't actually hit me. No, that was actually not bad. I did it! Yay! Those executioner gloves worked really well. Wow. Those gloves worked like a charm. Okay, Boomer. Yeah. Thank you, Blue. Yay! Thank you, guys. Oh. Oh my god. He only gave me 5,822 blood echoes. That's nothing. He gave me nothing. Thanks, Kay. That's incredibly disheartening. Oh, right. I can get the witch's outfit. A mask made of bone ash, worn by the oldest keepers. The keepers who mined... Oh, no, I was wrong. The keepers who mined the slumbering great ones gained eternal life, preserved in ashen form, in a ceremony of flame that cremated body and soul. The long pointed hat is a symbol of the old keepers, and is considered evidence of their companionship, forged in a certain sin. That last paragraph, that's a reference to Dark Souls 1. But, let's break this down after I'm done chewing. I'm gonna buy this, by the way, but I just want to read this first. So, the old lords, whenever we see a boss name in the Chalice dungeons that has old lords in the title, it's referring to the great ones. So I was wrong earlier when I said that this was a keeper of the ancient Cimmerians. It's actually, these are people, grave keepers or grave watchers for the slumbering great ones. And they're eternally bound to the great ones in that process. And the final paragraph, considered evidence of companionship forged in a certain sin. In Dark Souls 1, there is a group of pyromancers called... There's a main pyromancer called the Witch of Izalith. And she has daughters of chaos who all have fire, not magic. They're all the masters of pyromancy. And they're witches. In Dark Souls 2, there is a small remnant of the Witch of Izalith contained inside of a boss named the Lost Sinner. Because the witch is considered, not the worst, but she did definitely, by the god's order, by a god's order, she was told to recreate the first flame and find a way to keep it alive. The Witch of Izalith tried, failed miserably, and that is considered the first sin of trying to prolong this magic flame beyond its lifespan. So the Witch of Izalith committed that sin. So this final paragraph saying, that forged in a certain sin. I feel like that's a wink wink nudge nudge, like, yeah, hey, the idea of trying to keep something alive long past its lifespan, these things are kept alive long past their normal lifespan, so haha. And it's a witch's hat, so you're meant to be like, hey, let's buy it. It's actually a really good armor set. It has very good stats. Hold on, let me show it off for you guys. Oop. It's let's see if we can get a better look at it. It has a sort of almost spider web like damn it. Spiderweb like metal on it, and the mask, it has many eyes, but it's like partially a skull. There's a little cape, and then the skirt is really cool because it's tattered but still chainmail. But the gloves it has, the gauntlets, those are perfect for Crow's outfit, not Crow, Black Mask outfit. Yeah. So when we get the garb that I want him to wear, we're going to wear parts of this. But for now, Akechi is going to be a little wizard. Yeah, I feel like you just summed up the entire game in that sentence, Lala. It's like, that's cool, but it's spooky. It's like, yes. Yes, that is exactly what this is. It's cool, but spooky. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I don't want to keep beating my head against Martyr Logarius. I would much rather go to Yharnam, because that has a boss that I'm very used to, and it's kind of fun to fight that guy. So, even though I left it up to a vote, we tried Canehurst, didn't work out too well. I don't feel prepared enough for the Nightmare Frontier yet, so I personally would like to go to Yharnam. Also, Logarius he's tough. I don't have him down at all, and I'd much rather get Yharnam out of the way, because that's plot stuff, and get to that boss and really kind of just go through Yharnam with a fine-tooth comb and pick up all that stuff and help people on that boss, because that's, I don't want to say it's easy, but it's definitely manageable for me. Yay, no! Oh my god, I can't wait. You guys are, like, I know I said it before, but really, you guys are so talented. It's so cool. So happy seeing how inspired you guys are. Whoops, no, this way. Akechi, overwhelmed with all the challenges he has to face and all the spoiled for choice enemies he can encounter, decides to progress to the one spot that he considers his current rival. The one place that bested him with a rampaging pig. Yeah, this is the type of enabling you want somebody to do, like, inspire you to be creative. It's inspo, baby! Alright, we're gonna try to parry this bitch. Or I could just do this. Yeah, that worked out better. Going back to Pigtown, exactly, Kay. Although, there's something kinda worse than a pig there now. Yarhagul, now that we broke the ritual, and we broke the seal that Ram was holding, or broke the defense between Ram and, the Blood Moon, there's a lot more to see in Yarhagul than was previously there. Someone is summoning these hunters out of bursts of blood. So we have these extra strong regenerating enemies and statues of the amygdala welcoming us here. Yeah, this is a gross boss. This whole area is just one big, like, ugh. From here on out, like, just understand that Bloodborne's gonna get grody. And it was already pretty grody. For example, look at this statue. This mound of flesh and spines and someone praying or weeping. My hat's in the way. Oh, there is a face there. And there's also this person. Again, this person with the helmet pointed towards the moon. You can keep eating cereal. I don't think cereal should be a problem. In terms of, is it safe to eat this with how gross everything is? Like, no, cereal should be fine. Ooh, I got an iron helm. Yeah, this place, yeah, you pretty much just summed it up there. Eyes, the moon, blood, cosmos, stuff that you would technically consider aliens. By the way, there's an amygdala. He's hanging out. Oh, I said the name, sorry. Its names are amygdala, by the way. They're everywhere here. There's one right there. There's one over there. They're everywhere in Yarhagul. They're constantly watching you. And then there's these weird statues which look like lizard goat people. And there's all these people which I can't kill because there's no point. There is, however, this bell lady who's summoning and strengthening them. So if we kill her, And that breaks the spell. The Mensis ritual must be stopped, lest we all become beasts. This is a note left for us, presumably by this hunter who's dead over here, that says the ritual that's happening here must be stopped. Which I think is an indication that what they're doing is separate to what we're currently after. The Mensis ritual, they're doing something so profane that it threatens the entirety of humanity, basically. Move, please. Ah, shit. What? Well, at least I opened a door. Alright, take 2. Excuse me, 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 excuse me. Y'all stop chasing me? Do y'all fucking mind? Do you mind? Oh no, I just closed the door. You know what, if you guys do kill me, I probably would have deserved it, because you caught me sleeping. You caught me sleeping. Ketsy's distracted by thoughts of his boyfriend and how cute he looks. So it's making him act dumb. There we go. Oh no, I'm dead. Oh no, I'm not dead. Don't say I'm dead. Don't say I'm dead. Fuck you, old man. Fuck you, you literal boomer. I don't know, we'll have to do that again. Oh, you're stuck. Your path thing's all borked. Look at this guy, though. Oh, ouchies. No, I'm just gonna leave him. Frenzied cold blood. I have to read that. But then, and then there's statues like this of people kept prisoners who were so miserable and so heartbroken by whatever it is that they're trapped for, or whatever they saw, that they're facing the law. They refuse They refuse to engage with reality. They're just so scared. Alright, my echoes are over here. And there's an item. The air rune. Alright, I'll have to read that when I'm safe. Do not prosecute the murderer. He can't. Oh shit! Grannies! 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 Uh-oh, grannies. Uh-oh. Oh, I did not expect them to be over here. Shit, shit, shit! Grannies! Oh god, 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 oh god. Now they have lasers. 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 She just told me to go die. It's not very nice. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, grannies. Whew. 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 At least we got that lantern. This is where I was earlier, by the way, when Santa Man kidnapped me with the bag. I was there. Down there. There. However, over here. So I want to go back this way, and I'm okay if I die because I popped this lantern. So if I die, I'll just come back here. I don't know why it doesn't do any damage to them. I mean, I guess it does. Hi there, amygdala. Ladies, do you mind? Yeah, fuck off, Grandma. Oh, right. Be brave about this to catch. I mean, be smart, don't be brave. There is a way to get rid of those guys, though. I just have to remember where the drop point is. I think it's over here. When these grandmas keep getting summoned. So there's really no point in trying to kill them. Because they just keep coming back. The hits keep coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they... Excuse me! This is only a one-person platform. Thank you. And there's someone imprisoned in this cell. And they're dressed the way that hunter from Bergenworth, Yuria, that crazy lady who was beating our ass, they're wearing the same outfit she is. I really need to take off this hat because it's getting in the way of our investigations. There. That's better. They have a key to the Upper Cathedral Ward. That's a place we couldn't get to before. We found the door hours and hours and hours ago. The key to the upper cathedral ward. The upper echelons of the healing church are formed by the School of Mensis, based in the Unseen Village, and the choir occupying the upper cathedral ward. This key brings one a step closer to the choir. We found a note on a dead hunter that said, "The Mensis ritual must be stopped lest we all become beasts." And here, this key tells us that the higher the higher ranks of the healing church, beyond Vicar Amelia, beyond the church hunters that we've been seeing, beyond even the executioners, are two factions called the School of Mensis, which is here in Yharnam, and the choir, which oversee the upper cathedral ward. We found a note that talks about the choir hours ago, after we found a way to the abandoned workshop next to Odin Chapel in Cathedral Ward. And that one said, "The sky and the cosmos are one, the choir," as if the choir left that note, or as if that's a saying by the choir. And what that is saying, I think, is the sky and the cosmos, where the sky, something we see every day, it's over our heads every day, and the cosmos, the vast infinite unknown of the universe and all of creation, are not only similar in terms of we cannot reach them, but they are always present around us. They're just, how do I put it? There's so much hovering just over our heads, completely out of our reach, completely out of sight, really, but that doesn't mean that it's not there. Ghost did it, Faith. I just want this item. I just want this item. Fuck off. I just want this item. I just want that item. Yeah, well, I'll get it. Oh man, he laughed as he killed me. That was rude. That was a gun. A grandpa has a Gatling gun strapped to his wheelchair. I'll show you in a second. All the men in wheelchairs have flamethrowers or Gatling guns attached to them. Hold on, I'll show you, Blue. Excuse me, Grandma. They are getting stronger. Not only stronger, they're literally boomers now. One of them has a blunderbuss that's almost like a hand cannon. Excuse me! I just want to get the item that's in this chest. That's all that I want. And technically, I probably should have jumped down. Yeah, jumping down from the top would have been easier. Shit. Alright, let's try again. Excuse me. What? Oh, I'm so fucking stupid. No, I'm not stupid. I'm not allowed to say that anymore. No, that's my homework in therapy, is next time I think I'm so stupid or I'm a fuck up, I have to remind myself gently that that's not true. What the fuck are you doing up here? Bye. Right, get out of the way, asshole. I just want this. Alright, bye. Bye. I would show you the Gatling gun guy, Blue, but it's actually really dangerous for me to be in there, so I'm just gonna make a mad dash. Okay. We got a tiny tonitrus, a unique weapon crafted by Archibald. This is a similar Morningstar mace that utilizes quicksilver bullets. When struck into the ground, it creates the blue space around dark beasts. Which, we have yet to see a dark beast, but there are bosses in this game that are the electric, cosmically glowing beasts. And this is pretty cool because you can get the tonitrus as a weapon, but the tiny tonitrus is just like a little, a wand, I guess, and you just slam it into the ground. And lightning shoots out from it. And here is another one of the amygdala. That one over there's got eyes. And this one's just chilling. Just hanging out. Those things, by the way, remember how we find all these bodies with madmen's insight on them, and they're bowing or like praying towards something they see in the sky, or just they're prostrate in some way that makes it look like they saw something terrifying and terrible. They all saw those amygdala. That's why they look the way they do. That's why they have Madman's insight, is they were able to see the amygdala. And they couldn't handle what they saw, but then they just kept seeing them everywhere. And, I mean, if you think about it, how terrifying is it that you see these things just hanging out on the building, and they don't react to you. They don't really do anything. They stand there. They just watch. Also, please note how small this figure is. This is a child that was used in a Mensis ritual. Oh, I haven't read the Frenzied Cold Blood yet. They're bringing children into it because they need as many people for their ritual to succeed as possible. So they will make use of any resource they have. I found something else that I wanted to talk about. Oh, right, the Frenzied Cold Blood. This manifestation of madness comes from a mind teetering on the very brink. But has a sane mind ever produced anything of true significance? Oh, hello. Hey, buddy. Frenzied is a status effect we can have in the game when we see something that is completely beyond our comprehension. And it actually causes us physical harm just to look at it. So a Frenzied Cold Blood is, that's a crystallized form of blood taken from someone who just can't handle what they saw. And went completely mad based upon what they witnessed, and we can gain strength from it, as horrible as it is. Which is interesting to me, because then that suggests that going mad has some power over your blood. Also, let's take a look at this wolf thing right here. He's made up of human body parts. This is going to be really gross, by the way. It is a negative status effect. Frenzy is a very negative status effect. So I'm just warning you, by the way, if you don't like body horror or gore, don't look at this, okay? And I'll let you know when it's done. Alright? Look away now. This thing is made up of human body parts and is meant to represent part of what the Mensis ritual are doing. Or Mensis, the School of Mensis are doing when they're here. I did warn. And, essentially what they're doing is human sacrifices to create something more than human, and it's not working out well at all. Okay. You guys can look back now. Considering how gross things are going to get in Bloodborne from here on out, I am going to just give a heads up, like, hey, by the way, this thing's really creepy, or body horror-y. I probably won't... things like bosses, there's really nothing I can do about that, but when it comes to enemies, I will warn before I start examining them. Although, if it makes you feel any better, that enemy that I examined, instead of having a tail, he just has a foot. Like, it's just a human foot as a tail, which is... It's so ridiculous that I can't find him too disgusting. I just find him funny to look at. Right? It's like the devs knew that this thing is really gross and creepy. Let's make him stupid. Let's give him a foot. It kind of does. I mean, it's a whole human leg, but it's just a little foot, and it's just a stumpy little tail. So, I mean, I guess you could say it kind of wags, considering that its whole body moves, but... Alright, and there's... Oh, shit! I forgot this guy was on this side. Wow, that killed me in one hit. I forgot that they were on this side. Yeah, hey buddies. Okay, I'm gonna have to... I can get back there easily. Pick up my echoes. And make a mad dash outside. Oh. These Yharnam hunters are no fucking joke, and I hate them. I hate fighting them, so I just don't. Yeah, there's a hunter, then there's a hunter, then there's a hunter, then there's a hunter. What I find like really annoying about them is you attack one, and then somehow all three of them know about it. So they're just like, hey, what's this? Hey, what's this? And they try to just like steal each other's kills. And they're just so obnoxious. Like, you guys are fucking goobers. But since they are Yharnam hunters, I mean, I guess it makes sense, because it's like, they're all specifically preparing for this one ritual. So, excuse me! So, they all have a sense of camaraderie and stick together. And, like, it makes sense. Yay! Hold on now, let me get to a safe spot, and then I'll, I think this is safe. Okay. Hold on now. There you go. Yeah, literally everybody's a mod. Bye, losers. Oh, by the way, I wasn't lying when I said there's something worse than the pigs here. But I can't show it until I'm safe. Oh yeah, I'm still being chased. Try it again. It may take a second, okay? Also, I don't scream when I get scared. I just eep or squeak. Okay, I think I'm safe here. I want to see. Oh, look at the beastie! Look at the beastie! Oh my god, look at his outfit! Oh, the cleaver! Oh my god! Now this is so cool! This is so cool now! Oh my god! Thank you for sharing! Yay! I love, we can put together like a scrapbook of Akechi's adventures in Bloodborne. Akechi's wild ride through the nightmare realm. Speaking of nightmare realm, remember when I said there was something worse than the pigs? Remember when I said that the Mensis ritual was doing something with human sacrifices and a bunch of bodies? This isn't body horror gore. It is, however, a bunch of skulls in a coffin. So if you don't want to look at it in detail, look away. And I'll let you know when it's okay to look back, okay? So don't look. This is a goopy coffin thing. It is a mass of human sacrifices come back to life to literally crawl out of their coffin, and they're absolutely furious with what's been done to them, and they will have their revenge on Yharnam. Yeah, they crawl, by the way. They're very creepy, and they can grab you and pull you into, they give you a hug basically and kill you. Okay, you guys can look back now, but I do have to fight it, so please be warned. It is a giant mass. Yeah, you can kill them. It's a giant mass of skulls and faces trapped inside of flesh. They're meant to represent human sacrifice. And these people, we found Madman's knowledge on all of them, and they're praying to something over here. They saw something in the sky that made them fill with such awe and terror and fright at the sublime that they went crazy and died. There's a bunch more stuff over here that we can look at, by the way. So we're going to explore a little bit. Oh, there's no item. Oh, here's an item. Okay. Frenzied cold blood. Excuse me. Stop summoning these people. I did have a schedule posted. Hold on, I gotta kill this guy, and then I'll look to see what the schedule was, because I totally forgot. Hold on, let me check. Oh no, they're coming back? Oh no, okay. At least I thought I did. Okay, Wednesday I'm going to be streaming Royal from 12 noon EST to 6 p.m. EST, which I think you're about 12 hours ahead of me, Lala, so unfortunately that'll be like midnight to 6 in the morning for you. I was thinking of making my Saturday streams or my weekend streams earlier, because I was going to say 12 noon Eastern Standard, but I figured making them as early as possible, and then we can go all day. That will allow you, like, I get up probably around 9 or 10 my time in the morning, which is about 9 or 10 at night for you. So you can tune in on weekends for as long as you can stay awake, and then I'll just keep going throughout the day and into the evening and night for me. So the weekends, weekend streams are going to be like all day affairs. Fridays, my stream, not this Friday, but Friday streams are going to be 5 p.m. Eastern Standard to 12 a.m. Eastern Standard, so that's about 5 a.m. for you, up to noon. So Friday streams might be doable for you. And I did say that I was going to be replaying a lot of these, a lot of the November events, because there's apparently a couple different ways you can do it, in the sense that you'll see different things with Akechi depending on where you are at in Sally's Palace. I want to be able to see every single thing possible on stream with you guys. So we'll be replaying a lot of those events, so even if you miss it one day, you'll be able to go back and look at the VOD and see it another day, okay? Bye. Yeah, no problem, Lala. Because I am aware that there's a lot of people from different time zones and countries, which is absolutely mind-blowing to me, watching this stuff. And I want to be, since my schedule is so open, I want to be as considerate as I can for people with, you know, those time zones to consider. Especially, like I said, since my schedule is so open. Uh-oh. If the carts are rockin', don't come a-knockin'? Ah! That actually kind of got me. Oh, no, 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 no! Oh, no, they're hugging me to death! Oh, no! Get out! Ooh! They knew Akechi needed a hug. Oh, you're terrifying. Please go away. Oh, I don't like you at all. Okay, well now they're on fire. So now they're not doing too well. How do you feel, assholes? Not very great to hug someone to death, is it? Bye. Jerks. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. Just know, well, think about use context clues, Jay. What happened there? It picked me up to hug me and ate me. That's all I'll say. Like, what do you think that means in context? Although the cool thing about these guys is you can lure them to those flames, and they get super fucked up. Excuse me. So I can just lure them over here. And then they get set on fire. And it makes them really slow. Although let's take a look at these people who have been blasted into the earth because of something they witnessed in the sky. Like, these people were so affected by whatever it is they witnessed that not only were they immediately mummified and burned into the earth, but they're glowing with holy fire. There's some weird shit happening in the cosmos, y'all. It does look like they were smoked, you're right. See? Like, their body's on fire and everything. And the flame, whatever it is, it does not agree with these dead people whatsoever. And also, as weird as it sounds, it's kind of singing a little too. Like it's making music. And I would like to point out that they're all pointed at and facing the moon. So the red moon had some effect on them. In a way that was so monstrously powerful that it's kind of a surprise that the hunter didn't suffer anything, because after we killed Rom and we looked up and we saw the red moon descend, and the only thing that happened to us is that we passed out and then were put back into Yharnam. Behold, a pale blood sky. Now remember the first note we found in the game said, seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. The very second word we hear in the game says, oh yes, pale blood. You'll find all sorts of blood here in Yharnam. So our hunter came to Yharnam because they were sick and they were after the blood healing treatment, and they had heard from one source or another about pale blood. So they asked the guy doing the transfusion for them, can you give me pale blood, or do you know what pale blood is? And he's like, yeah, sure, don't worry, we're going to give you some, it's fine. Pale blood is a very specific type of essence of a blood transfusion. And it's something that not many people know about. Even Gilbert, he's like, pale blood? No, I've never heard of that. But why would he know? Because he's an outsider. Several people who are also associated with blood have commented on something unique about our hunter. They say, oh, what a queer scent, or oh, like you smell interesting. Ariana says that to us, and she has incredibly potent blood. Her blood is actually a descendant of the Vile Bloods, their power. Ariana is a distant descendant of them, so she has the power and the magic in her blood is like that. So she'd of course be able to sense something strange about us, but she doesn't recognize the scent. The second Yosefka says, ah, moonlit scents. How did you worm your way in here? So she's associating our scent with the moon. So, pale blood refers to the moon. Pale blood is also the color of a great one's blood. And there are only a few bosses in the game or even a few creatures in the game that when you attack them, when they bleed white and gray instead of regular red human blood. A vile blood is not a race, but it's a sect of people who separated or live separate from Yharnam. They live at Canehurst Castle. They go out and hunt humans specifically to find some essence in their blood. They're called blood dregs, and they bring them back to their queen, so the queen can drink it and get more powerful. They're like vampires in a sense. They're enemies of the church, and they're called vile bloods because of the church gave them that name. But vile bloods also are very proud of being enemies of the church, and they're very proud of going after their enemies and foes and their prey and using the dregs inside of their blood to make their queen powerful. So they probably take that moniker with pride. But vile bloods are not good people. And pale blood that we've been seeking all along isn't actually necessarily a type of blood. It refers to something in the cosmos, something in the sky. This is a pale blood sky, which I think means this is a sky blessed by a great one, or this is a sky in which a great one is present. And the school of Mensis were aware that they could summon or beckon or draw a great one into their very sky through rituals. That's why, and the choir, who are companions to the school of Mensis, agreed, and that's why they're saying is the sky and the cosmos are one. Ooh! Guess what, Lala? There are many great ones. And also guess what? Guess what we can do? No spoilers for me, but our hunter is the biggest dick OG around, who doesn't afraid of anything. And if given the chance to fight an elder god, not only would they do it, they'd do it happily and would kick its ass. Much like Akechi absolutely deserves to square off against Yaldabaoth. Oh, you can see its tail. It's just a foot. And it does kind of wag. Oh my god. Oh, it's so stupid looking. It's so doofy and pathetic. I run out of stamina way too easily. Also, the Mensis ritual did something so powerfully terrifying that it blasted the people into the foundation of the walls. Not only were they doing human sacrifice here, whatever it is that they summoned, just... Not only did they use people in the ritual to summon them and ritual sacrifice them to make the ritual more powerful, the people who lived here, even if they weren't used in the ritual, still suffered in some way from the resulting impact of whatever it is that was summoned. Ooh, it just spat at me! Hey, goopy monster man, come on. Oh, you're too big to fit inside, huh? I'm sorry, you must be this tall to enter a doorway. Oh, I'm gonna die. Ooh, I'm gonna die. Ooh. Alright, I'm talking shit. I'm talking mad shit and I shouldn't. Akechi, be smart, not brave. Arcane Lake. Oh, I have a few runes I have to read. Would you come here, please? Ah, you jerk. And you might be able to hear something whispering constantly in the sky. In this droning, humming whisper. Alright. We already have the air rune. This is actually the symbol of the Vile Bloods. Moon. I think this is the one we picked up. It's a transcription of Moon, as spoken by the Great Ones inhabiting the Nightmare. The Great Ones that inhabit the Nightmare are sympathetic in spirit and often answer when called upon. Let's get away from the humming guy for a second. It's important that we pay attention to what what this said. Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna get to a lamp. The Great Ones in the Nightmare are sympathetic in spirit. That means that the Great Ones aren't actually cruel. That if they hear your prayer, if you petition them for something, if you need something from them, they will reach out to you. They'll answer you. And that ties into Odin. Great One Odin, he's formless. He only exists as a voice. And has his essence, the only physical way he can manifest is through blood, even if it's not human blood. There's the power of Odin in blood. And that's how he connects to, that's why the thing said his inadvertent worshippers. Where it's if you have blood in you, if you drink blood or get a special blood transfusion, if you are in some way infused with special blood, you are performing or taking part in a ritual with Odin. And he's a Great One, so he's sympathetic. So let's imagine the power of the blood that is used in Yharnam comes from Odin, specifically because the Healing Church has many different goals in mind when they use the blood. They want to heal people, they want to cure illnesses. Some of the doctors want to experiment with the blood to see what they can do with human evolution. Others are scared of blood and don't want to use it or only want to use certain types. Odin, aware of all of these goals and these needs, tries to fulfill what they're after, which is human evolution, which is curing illness and making humans more resilient and stronger. But the blood is quote-unquote tainted. The blood makes people more beastly or gives them an illness. It exacerbates their harmful conditions. But technically, it's doing what they're hoping it will do. It doesn't make them human anymore. It takes away their illness by making them beasts. It takes away their illness by making them into some strange eldritch creature. So, it's not that Odin is doing this maliciously, or it's not that the Great Ones are doing what they do because they want to fuck with humans. It's that humans are beseeching them. And the Great Ones, who are sympathetic, they're kind, be like, okay, and they're being prayed to and asked for something, they're like, alright, sure. But since they're Great Ones and unknowable and eldritch and strange and powerful and completely beyond human comprehension, we're asking for something that does not know what it means to be human to help a human. And that's kind of like, imagine how delicate an ant is in your hand, or delicate a butterfly's wings are. And imagine you have to handle you handle it, you hold it, you touch it. You have to be so delicate with them because the inherent strength of your body is so much more powerful than this tiny little insect. And the insect is essentially helpless, but even if you want to help them, you have to be careful with how you do it because they're so delicate in comparison to you that you run the risk of harming them. And I also want to point out that we found the infant Great One umbilical cord, or part of it, and it said, all Great Ones are destined to lose their children and yearn for a surrogate. So the Great Ones that exist can't actually have children. The adults, quote-unquote, ones that exist now, that's all the Great Ones there's ever going to be. They can't have kids, or their kids don't survive. And when they yearn for a surrogate, that means that they want something to take care of. They want something to cherish. So, a sympathetic, lonely creature hears the prayers of humans and wants to reach out to them because, like, oh, I can take care of them. Oh, I have something I can look after. And it has, unfortunately, disastrous consequences. But it's coming from a place of kindness. So, and this is specifically about the moon. So there's something about the moon that is sympathetic in spirit and will answer when you beckon it. The moon is always there, she's always watching, she's always hanging out, and she keeps an eye on you. Now let's open up a shortcut. I really like the Great Ones. I feel bad for them, but there is not even necessarily just a baby. They just want someone to love and look after. They think about how lonely it must be. Because even though there are several different Great Ones, they're not all in agreement with each other. They all have like different motives, or they exist in different realms of consciousness. So they can't all be together. So they just want a family. And I think that's really sad. Yeah. Think of it like, you know how Persona answer the call of their Persona wielders when in Persona 5, it's when they choose and within their heart of hearts to enact a form of rebellion. Or they have this awakening within the self. Think of that like what the Great Ones do with humans is they sense this need and this goal, this desire to awaken to something greater than themselves. And they reach out to them and they do what they can to help.
Hi, Mew. Hi, kitty cat. You heard me talking? Heard me talking, kitty cat? I know, I'm kind of going on quite a bit, aren't I? I'm sorry about that.
I will say that there is a way to... There is a point to all this knowledge. That everything the player learns, everything that, and then there by extension, everything the character learns, everything the hunter learns, can be put to some use. This isn't just knowledge without any tangible benefit. This is knowledge that can be used. Yeah, there's several Great Ones. There's a way to open up a shortcut, and I just can't remember what it is. I don't think it's that way.
Hi, Mew. Oh, ouch. Ow. Mew, you're sitting on the cord, and it's pulling on my ear, Mew cat. Oh, thank you, Mew cat.
God damn it, how do I open up this shortcut? Oh, I think I know. Well, Kin of the Cosmos is not a Great One. They're rum-bled red, like a human. So she's kin. Kin of the cosmos are the game doesn't outright say this, but based on different things we can read and kind of piece together on our own, the kins of the Great Ones are... How do I put this? They seem to be incredibly rare, and depending on how you look at it, lucky humans who are able to become mediums, holy mediums for humans and the Great Ones. Ram is a kin of the Great Ones, so she still has her human blood, but she is just so incredibly transformed away from anything resembling a human because of rituals done, because of some sort of eldritch arcane knowledge. That seems to be what the implication is, and that's why Master Willem is so protective of her, because she's part of a ritual that he did to keep the pale blood moon, to keep this evil, crazy moon at bay. And he hid her in a special place. He hid her in the Moonside Lake, so that, which is basically like an in-between realm of nothingness, so that she could stay safe from harm or from anyone knowing she was there, and act as the defense, like he said. And she's the secret that he kept. No, you don't, Jay. All you have to do is just fucking wait. So that also kind of puts together an interesting idea of, okay, maybe if Ram was a success, if Ram could become a kin of the cosmos, that's proof that humans can evolve. Humans can become something beyond human. And I guess if you're so ambitious enough to want to do that, you're going to try again and again and again, because, oh, it worked this one time, why don't we just keep seeing if it could work? And I'm not saying that justifies all the horrible things the church and Bergenworth and the scholars do, but it does make you understand that, like, if they're like scientists with it, where it's like, okay, so it's just a matter of figuring out the best formula to make it work. So it's very interesting. And that reminds me of cognitive science research, in terms of how terrifyingly ambitious you have to be to dig into the human psyche that way, and how risky that is, but how much you're willing to risk because the benefits to you are so worth it. Okay.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Ooh, we can get it to +8. I mean, no, we can get it to +9. This at +9 is a fucking beast. I kind of want to do that, but I am building this towards the Holy Moonlight Greatsword, which we will get, not soon, but we will get relatively soon. So, yeah. Oh, 213. Oh, this thing is gonna just fucking cream everything we touch, you guys. Ketchy would be very proud. Oh, there's no bolt? I was hoping to get a bolt gem. I guess not, eh? Yeah, our Ludwig sword does 403 damage now, by the way. This thing is a beast. But we're gonna... Actually, no. Let's go with this. Yeah, we're super strong. Nothing can fuck with us. I mean, everything can fuck with us, technically, but we won't allow it. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break. Just gotta brush my teeth. Because, you ever get that where, like, for some reason... This happens to me with just my teeth specifically, where I'm just sitting here and I'm like, I just need to brush them twice in a row. Like, they're not dirty or anything, they're not gross, my brain just hinges upon it, and I'm like, do it now, do it now, do it now. So, I have to compulsively brush my teeth. So everybody, get up, stretch, get a glass of water, get a snack. I'll be right back. Aw, Lala. I get up for 2 seconds and my cat takes my seat. Kitty, please. Oh, that would... I remember saying yesterday I was kind of wary about it, but at the same time, if you guys want to make the chat, go right ahead. Like, and that'd be totally fine and fun. I think my only feelings about the chat was I'm like, I don't want to make it. Like, I don't want to be in charge of it, you know? Um, yeah, my cat Boo wants to stream instead of me. She wants to go fight in Yharnam. But no, cat, it's going to be me and me alone. But, I'm not saying that, like, if you make the chat, I would have to be in charge of it. I'm not saying that at all. I was just saying, like, if I made a group chat for the stream, I'm like, oh, I don't want that responsibility. Like, I don't know why. Because Saraya and I were talking yesterday about how all the group chats we've been in have just dissolved into weird power structures that just don't work. But you guys are all really cool. So, long tangent aside, if any of you want to make a Discord server, go right ahead. That'd be super fucking fun. I think that would be great. You could all talk to each other and hang out and be friends. And that would make me very happy if we could all, or if you guys could all connect and just be cool. And it'd be like a club. My cat, I have two cats. They're both dilute tortoiseshells, which means they're like a light gray, brown, white, and orange. And the oldest cat I have, Boo. I named her that because her eyes are very, very, very huge. She's got like just big Cupid doll eyes. And the little one I have, the teeny tiny baby one, her name is Miu. Like Vampire Princess Miu. Anyway, I'm sorry if I sounded like a Debbie Downer about the group chat. Please, like I said, by all means, guys, go ahead, make one, have fun. It would make me happy if you guys could bond, especially over shared interests and whatnot. Oh, that's cute. Oh no, that's really cute. Bye, puppies. Oh, jeez. Danny, as long as you're okay with it, remember that this is going to be saved on stream. If you want me to delete that, go ahead, but just be careful, everybody. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Faith. We all have. Okay, cool, Danny. We all have the galaxy brain of liking real fucking rad weird shit. We're all in the cool kids club of we like cool things. Yeah. Whoa! Wow! What happened there? Oh, the bell lady. The bell lady was doing shit to me. Oh, okay.
Imagine that, Mew. That was very weird, Mew Cat. Wasn't that weird, Mew Cat? Mew kitty cat, stop chewing on my hand.
There you go. That's not true, Jay. You translated the Featherman stuff, which I still have to put on my blog. I apologize. I've just been very out of it lately. Yeah, I sing to my cat a lot. It's kind of embarrassing. I come up with like little rhyming sing-songy nicknames for them, and that's how I talk to them. It's silly. I just like being a dope. 'Cause life's weird, and sometimes it ain't all that great. So as long as I can have some fun. And that's all I want to be around. Fun stuff. Fun times, fun stuff, fun people. Well, thank you, Kay. Aw, well maybe his yells his yells are his way of showing appreciation. Like, he hears you singing and he's like, okay, I'll make a sound too. Because in Boo, when she hears me talking a lot, she'll just come up and just go, purr, purr. And she does that because she thinks, oh, we're having a conversation, right? So she just, purr. So that's what she's doing right now. She's sitting behind me, and every time I say, I guess maybe like a certain tone or a certain word, she's just like, purr. Well, yeah, hey, Boo. How you doing, Boo? Alright, Bell Lady. Time to fucking die, you and your stupid weird-ass magic. Bye! Yeah, Boo's very sweet. I've had her for a while, actually. I got her when I was a senior in high school back in 2005? Uh-oh. Blood echoes snatched. Madman's knowledge acquired. I love in this game how when you die, and if you die near an enemy or if a certain enemy kills you, they will actually pick up your blood echoes, and then you can see their eyes glowing with your power. And I like to imagine that that's because the hunter is so angry that they lost all their strength, that they're just glowing with rage and they recognize something that should be theirs. Also, let's take a look. This whole street is lined with people who were trying to get away from something, and it's very clear. And the resulting impact blasted them into the foundation. There's also some instances of some of these people who are prisoners, who are weeping. There's a mother and a child. Speaking of which... Ooh. There we go, my controller wasn't working for a second. I always put a note, no mercy for children? No, that's a foul note. No. I'm gonna write, woeful small gent, next to this tent. Look, he's got a cute little hat and everything. I'm gonna write, woeful small gent. Because that's what he is. Also, you can kind of see their expressions, like, they're very scared of whatever the hell it is that they saw. They were climbing up trying to get away from something, it even looks like. I don't know why the touchpad isn't working properly. Did not mean to do that. Okay. Let's write... Yeah, there's a ton... Ooh, there's a ton of stuff in the environment that I try to point out as often as I can, but a lot of the atmosphere isn't necessarily just the vibe of the game or the colors or the architecture. It's all the little things they put in to the scenery. Woeful small gent. Woeful small gent. Therefore, treat child with care. That's my note. Woeful small gent, therefore treat child with care. Alright. This is where the whispering and the voices we hear are their absolute loudest. Remember the last time we were in Yharnam, we heard a whole choir of people singing and chanting, but we didn't actually see where they were coming from? Also, this boss coming up, it's not gory, but it is body horror-y. So if you're sensitive to that, just please be warned. I'll let you know when you hear the music start to play. That's when it's safe to look at the screen again. Okay? So I'm going in. You can look now. Now, I love this music so much, so I'm going to try not to talk too much. Remember how I said the School of Mensis was into sacrifice, human sacrifice, and their rituals specifically to try to make a kin of the cosmos? The One Reborn is the Mensis attempt to do that. And it did not work well for them. So the One Reborn are all of the people Mensis killed and sacrificed and used in their attempt to make a kin of the cosmos. And the One Reborn is also responsible for everyone in Yharnam that we've seen up to this point being blasted and mummified. The One Reborn is the one that smote those people into the ground. So, in a way, it gets its revenge on what was done to it, but it's just this. All it is just body parts, and all it can summon is just pieces of all the people that were destroyed to make it. Like there's faces, there's ribs, there's arms and arms and arms and arms. It's just, it's everyone that suffered being fused and brought together to have their revenge on Yharnam. I honestly love this boss so much, and the music always gets in my head. It's so good, so I'm not going to talk too much. And there's that guy, summoning stuff. we got a yellow backbone. I love fighting that boss, by the way. I always help people on that boss because he's just he's weirdly a lot of fun. The music is so great, the way it builds and builds and builds. That's the song I'm going to play when we fight Shido, by the way. And I feel bad that I didn't make the song last as long as it could because the choir just gets louder and louder, and it's so good. So if you guys want to look up that song on your own, it's the One Reborn theme. And this is what he gave us, or they gave us. A yellow backbone. Special body parts collected by the Healing Church. What was this gruesome bait used to lure? This, the Shido, I'm pretty sure, like, that's the song I want to use in the Shido fight. The Eldaboth song is so good that I'm just not going to replace it with anything. But while I like Rivers in the Desert, that song is just so much better. Well, that's not fair. All Bloodborne music is better than most boss music. Now, the One Reborn may have gotten its revenge on Yahar'gul. But there was something that those people with those strange cages, that's something else that they were used for. And everyone responsible for doing that retreated here into this church. And they were all brought here as part of some summoning ritual. They all have those cages on their heads. They were all lined up. There's dozens of them. And then there's one in particular who's at the seat of honor. Those cages are called the Mensis cages. We will find it later. We will find one and we can wear it. And we will find out the lore of it. Don't worry. Despicable man, beware of nightmare. This guy is who I said is how I see Maruki. Or he's connected to how I see Maruki. That guy just turned right the fuck away. See, that guy is just like, no, absolutely not. Let's inspect the mummy. So dark but kind of cool. Yep, that's Bloodborne. He's not dead, no. That's the thing in Bloodborne, is certain people, depending on their state, their state of consciousness, and when I say consciousness, I don't mean if they're awake or asleep. I mean what they are aware of in the world and in the cosmos. There's a way to seemingly transcend death, or to use death as nothing more inconvenient than sleeping, than dreaming. So we're in a lecture building. The last time we were in a lecture building was at Byrgenwerth, but this doesn't look like Byrgenwerth at all. Why would we need to be teleported to Byrgenwerth? And we see a lot of strange barrels here, books, other scientific experiments, a jar full of eyes, many jars full of many eyes. This is why the Garden of Eyes were used in Byrgenwerth. Byrgenwerth had a very specific fascination with the cosmos and sincerely believed that eyes, specifically eyes on the inside, specifically insight, would be able to help them in their quest. And these are attempts, I believe these are attempts at making Rom. Didn't work out very well. If we're in a lecture building, that means we're in a school, which means we may find some students. Sedative. Sedatives, as you know, are thick human blood given to academics who were suffering from too much of their arcane eldritch studies. We're in a lecture hall. And like I said, Byrgenwerth was deeply obsessed with the arcane and the strange, and that did something to the people who studied it. They all have their little caps and gowns. They're students in the lecture hall. Did you guys wonder why Byrgenwerth, something called the college, was only 2 floors, and why it was so small and it didn't really have anything in terms of a classroom? And that's because, oh, I died. And that's because, the rest of Byrgenwerth was removed from this reality. The rest of Byrgenwerth was taken somewhere, along with the people inside of it. You're right, they got no bones, they're jelly. I would like my echoes back, please. Thank you. Gotta go level up now. Boneless students. Hi, a human. School just be like that. Hello, hello.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
Wait, we got that to... Krakergaldir is the name of a fanfic I'm writing in which Akechi has a palace, and it's based off of Norse mythology and stories about Loki, and it's about how Ren and the Phantom Thieves go to that palace to, much like how Sai decided to change her heart when her shadow was weakened, it's the Phantom Thieves' attempt to have Akechi heal the damage inside of him, pretty much. And it's not a redemption arc so much as it's just like, it's a way for him to heal from what's been done to him and make peace with it, and then get his revenge on the god responsible for fucking up his life. Okay, that's a 20. And
farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Well, thank you very much. It's, if you, on Loki are seen, if you just go to the tag, Krist fic, you'll find links for where to read it. Thank you for asking. Thank you for showing up. That's cool. I'm actually really, moved that you would just bother showing up on the stream to be like, hey, I got a question about something. And I'm just like, yeah, sure. How can I help you? Oh, we have 660 echoes and 6 insight. Dun dun dun. I hope you guys don't mind, but I'm going to do some co-op at the One Reborn, because that's an easy way to get so many echoes. so many echoes, and I kind of need them. So we're just gonna camp out there and help people on the coolest boss in the game. Oh, thank you, human. Well, I love Bloodborne, so I'm always gonna say Bloodborne's going great, especially since this is like an Akechi somewhat cosplay build run, and so far Akechi's having one hell of a time in Yharnam. There's some weird raw shit going down that he has an inquisitive mind, so he's determined to get to the bottom of it at any cost, and is determined to make that knowledge mean something. And he does so by being dressed up like a weird, creepy. I almost said a weird and creepy, and it came out queered. Whoops, a weird, creepy, eldritch reaper knight. Oh, you're right. The shadows make him look kind of weird, but that's as close as I could. Because Akechi's so anime, so that's as close as I could get to making Akechi in this game. You know, I'm gonna put the little bow in his hair. I want him to be cute. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. Look, now he's wearing a pretty bow. In fact, I'm gonna make him a pretty princess. Here we go. He looks gorgeous. He's got a gown. He's got creepy gloves. He's got a bow in his hair. He's styling. He's a pretty princess. Well, that's if I even get summoned for the boss. I may not actually get summoned at all. We'll see. Yep, the art was this dress. Akeshi's in a dress because he's a pretty princess. If he's gonna kill monsters in the Nightmare Realm, he's gonna look cute while doing so. Yay! I can't wait for people to be like, oh, Akechi? Like, if they played Persona 5, I'm like, why the fuck is he in a dress? Like, listen, sometimes he wants to be pretty too. Yeah, I got the nice bow. Alright guys, creepy boss time, look away. Exactly, Kay. Let's all just enjoy the music. Oh, shit. That's what Royal stands for, guys. It stands for Murder Princess. Yeah, this boss is the accumulation of all the human sacrifices that this town did. That's why it's the one reborn. I'm gonna be doing this for a little bit. I'm at level 61 now. I'm gonna try to get to 65. 20,000, yeah. When I beat him, I had like 49,000, so. He's a really easy way to farm for lots of blood echoes, and he's a fun boss to fight, and he's kind of made for friends to fight with him, because you have to take out all those bell ladies on top, because if you don't, then they're going to give him a lot of... They're going to strengthen the One Reborn, basically. Those ladies and their strange bell witchery make him powerful. Let's see. Let's put Akechi in something else. This is the closest we have to his black gloves. Do I have black gloves? That's the closest we have to black gloves. This is the closest we have to his school uniform. Yeah, this is the closest we have to Akechi's school uniform. So, let's go with it. It's going to sound like a cult. Stream lore, stream lore.
Yeah, hi, kitty cat.
That's a really good point, SS. He's, I made the joke on the stream yesterday that the reason why Atlas is not showing us Akechi's experience through the game is because he goes to Yharnam, and the doll is his Velvet Room attendant, and Garamond is Igor / Yaldabaoth. So, this is basically what he goes through on his end. And yeah, he hears like, oh, Ren's gonna get a chance to kill a god, he's going against Yaldabaoth and I can't? Well, fuck you, I'm going to Yharnam, and I'm gonna find their weird, creepy plague blood, and I'm gonna figure out what the hell they were doing. So I'm gonna go on a one-man mystery tour, and oh, they're communing with the cosmos and dead but dreaming gods? Cool, I want in on that. I'm gonna solve this. So like, oh, you killed one god, Ren? Guess what? I'm gonna kill 5. And the people who summoned them. Princess Akechi cosplay makes me so happy. Warrior Princess Akechi. I mean, technically he's a warrior prince, so just a warrior princess. Like, just put him in a pretty dress. Really, does nobody need to be summoned for this fight? That's kind of hard to believe. I find that incredibly hard to believe, actually. Both me and Akechi find that very hard to believe. I don't think I'm out of the summon range for it. It's weird. Sometimes you get summoned like that, and then sometimes you're just standing here for like 2 or 3 minutes while you're in the queue. Which kind of makes me miss the Dark Souls way of doing it. In Dark Souls, you actually just write your summon sign down. Like, you write your character's name on the ground with a special stone. And people can just walk up to your name and touch it, and then that's how they'll bring you into the world. So you could see who it is that you want to summon. Like, if you have a friend that puts their sign down, or if a character looks like they have a really cool build that would be useful for you in a fight, you can just pick that one specifically. In this, it's like you just ring a bell and you have to wait and hope that there's someone out there who will either help you or want to be helped. Princess Akechi is new stream lore. I'm very happy we all agreed with this. That in the depths of this monstrosity that is this game, we can all come together about something that's cute. Really, hell? Nobody needs help? Let's try. Speaking of lightsaber, you can actually get something like that in this game, human. I'm gonna wait till I'm at a little bit of a higher level before I attempt, but there's something that looks exactly like the guillotine saber that he uses. And that's the build that I'm going, or that's the weapon that I'm going towards with this build. I just have to get that weapon, but it's in the DLC, so I have to get a little stronger. I find it so hard to believe that nobody needs help on this fucking boss. It's so weird. Hell yeah, 3D print the handle. Come back here, please. Yeah, we'd love to see it, yeah. Alright, well, I guess nobody needs help, so we have no choice. But you head back into the nightmare. We will probably be on stream. Yeah, the 4 weeks from now, I'll probably still be doing Royal, honestly. Back in the nightmare and in the lecture hall. Oh, Blue, don't be discouraged. the fact that I was telling Faith this earlier, it's like the fact that you're willing and trying to take an image that you have in your mind and put it on paper and make it become real and tangible, like that's incredible. So take comfort in knowing that anything you do, anything you draw based on your desire to create something in your mind is going to be fantastic, because you're doing something, you're dedicating yourself to an idea and you're making it tangible and real. And that's incredible. Just think about it. You thought it, you see it in your brain, and you're like, I'm going to make it something I can look at. That's fucking rad. Alright, we found another note. The nameless moon presence, beckoned by Lawrence and his associates. Pale blood. That's what I was saying earlier, where our hunter comes to Yharnam looking for something called pale blood. And our hunter thinks, oh, it must be a type of blood, and Yharnam has a lot of different types of magical healing blood. Maybe I can go there and find out what it is. And as we go further, people are like, well, I've never heard of pale blood, but maybe you should go find the healing church, they'll know. People associated with the healing church say, ah, moonlit scents. They say we smell like the moon, which is a strange thing to say. Or we smell like something in the moonlight, or something associated with the moon. We have a woman with very strange, unique blood saying that, oh, our blood smells strange and weird too. And then we find a note here, I'm not here, in Yharnam, that says a pale blood sky. So pale blood isn't actually blood, it's something in the sky and something in the cosmos. Actually, the moon dust does have a distinct scent. I think it smells like I don't remember what it is, but moon dust does have a smell. So hold on, what does the moon smell like? Buzz Aldrin said the moon smells like charcoal or fireplace ashes sprinkled with water. So your hunter smells like embers, like ash, which is really interesting. And then this note says, Lawrence, who used to be part of Bergenworth, we had a vision after we beat Vicar Amelia. And the vision was of Lawrence parting ways with Bergenworth, saying that he's going to go his own way with his research. He's not turning his back on them, but he and Willem just don't agree with it and what their goals are anymore. And then this shows us Lawrence beckoned the moon presence. He did something to draw the moon closer, or draw something inside of, or something that is embodied by the moon closer to Yharnam. And they call it pale blood. And I said before that the great ones, when we find them, when they bleed, they have pale, gray, ashy, white blood. We also heard Gehrman talking in his sleep, saying, Lawrence, what's taking so long? We also found a great one, which is an old god's umbilical cord, that said this was used to beckon the moon, and it created the hunter's dream. So, pale blood is the name of the cosmic entity that is embodied by the moon, embodied by the red moon specifically. And the red moon has this strange, magical, unknown, arcane power over Yharnam. And it was summoned by Lawrence. Things got really bad because of whatever cosmic entity is attached to the moon becoming so close to humanity. It fucked everything up. So Willem decided to use Rom, which, as we've theorized, was made it's a science experiment that was made as close to a elder god as a human could get. And Rom was used to sort of act as a barrier between that Great One's presence in Yharnam and being able to interact with Yharnam. Because she's a kin of the cosmos, so she can act sort of like as an intermediary, and I guess there's something about her presence interfered. Yes, draw a crown. So, this tells us basically who's at fault here. Who beckoned this moon presence? Who created Pale Letter? Who brought the red moon to Yharnam and made everything as bad as it is? And it's Lawrence. Lawrence was the first vicar of the church, the healing church, by the way. Vicar Amelia, the boss we fought a long time ago, she was praying to Lawrence's skull. So Lawrence is venerated in the church. Yeah, Rom's not an alien. Like, I've said this before. Rom bleeds red blood. Only humans bleed red blood. Only something that used to be human bleeds red blood. And since she's a kin of the cosmos, a kin doesn't necessarily... You are not a great one. You are not an alien. You are an intermediary between humans and the great ones. You are a demigod. That's what being a kin of the cosmos means. And I said earlier that Willem considers Rom his greatest secret, and Willem wanted to ascend humanity out of anything to do with blood transfusions or with old blood. He wanted to reach the cosmos. Therefore, my theory is that Rom is Willem's secret. It's his experiment. It's his way of going against the church, because the church was behind everything Lawrence wanted to do. So yeah, Willem made Rom. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. This guy's got flaming fists, by the way. Makoto will be very proud of him. Ugh. He hits like a truck. I don't know, maybe you're gonna have to wait till we get to that fight. I also said that not all the Great Ones are working together, so what one Great One does will not be what another Great One wants. So, specifically with what you're talking about, without getting into the details of it, that just further lends weight to my idea, because it means that something... And let's go back to what I said about the game says the Great Ones are sympathetic in spirit. The Great Ones will answer your prayers. If your prayer is, hey, I want to make a kin of the cosmos so we can keep this nightmare and all this fucked up stuff at bay, can you help us? A Great One who is sympathetic in spirit will hear that prayer and go, sure, I'll help you. And it just has disastrous consequences, because a god cannot understand what it means to be human, how to take care of a human. So even though it comes from a place of compassion and a genuine desire to make something good for you and right, it still leads to disastrous consequences. That's fine, Pika. Admittedly, Bloodborne is a very strange game, and you're coming into this about like 20 hours into the game, so don't worry about being a bit lost. It's fine. And like I said, it's just a theory. You don't have to agree with my theory, but I find no other explanation for why Rom bleeds human blood and why Rom is considered so precious to Willem than that. And since I like this idea, I'm just gonna stick with it. Most people seem to think, because there are more than one kin of the cosmos, by the way, we will see it eventually. Most people seem to think kin of the cosmos are some sort of great one themselves, but the game makes it pretty clear, like, no, they're in some ways related to a great one, but they are not actually a god. Technically there isn't truth, Jay, because these games are very much like mysteries, so they're all open to interpretation. So it's all about how you put together the mystery and what you make of it. Oh wow, look at all those people. Excuse me. Excuse me. Don't be fucking rude. Alright? You goopy, horrible monster. They're all sleeping in class. They're waiting for the professor to show up. So they're all sleeping. They're having like... They're getting a bit of a sleep in. Oh. I've never seen this before. Master Willem was right. Evolution without courage will be the ruin of our race. Okay, this ties into my theory about Rom as well. Master Willem believes we have to ascend humanity above being humans. We have to be more human than human. We have to commune with the Great Ones and whatever secrets are in the cosmos. We have to get as far away from being beasts and ignorant as we can. And so Willem's, his adage is, evolution without courage is the ruin of our race. Evolution means you have to, or in this case, you have to take risks, you have to experiment, you have to most likely do things that are considered terrifying and perhaps morally repugnant in order to do something for, quote-unquote, the greater good. And to fail to do so will leave humanity as it is, without any hope of going beyond our limits, or without any hope of being ambitious or being more than what we're limited to be. So that's what Bergenworth believes. Bergenworth really wants to make humans go beyond their weak mortality. And this is Master Willem's chair. This is the little rocking chair we saw him in. By the way, I totally killed Master Willem. I beat that boomer up. He's fucking dead. Okay. Okay. Okay, I did not know he was in here. Okay. Oh, that actually really scared me. That scared the hell out of me. We're actually not supposed to meet him like this. We're supposed to meet him another way. And we can talk to him, by the way. So, Oh wait, did I miss something from Blue? Did Blue do something? Blue! Oh my god! He looks so cute! Oh my god, Blue! Love the, you know what's cute? You can actually get a crown in this game, and it looks exactly like that. it's full of jewels, and it's got like little spikes on the top. It's so cute. Oh, Blue. Okay, all right. You guys want to talk to Mr. Spider?
Oh, this cannot be. You cannot be. Oh, how did this come to pass?
He's terrified of me. He's begging for his life. I'm not supposed to be in here yet. I came about this kind of a backwards way. Oops.
Now, wait just a moment. Do you think ill of me? Me?
I don't know if some of you recognize his voice, but when we went up to talk to someone in the Forbidden Woods, we heard this man say, like, "Oh, glory be, you're a hunter. Well, take this and go around. It's up to the right of the Grand Cathedral, and the gift of the Godhead will give you strength." So he gave us this strange stone that looks like an amygdala, or the strange god that we've been seeing clinging to the buildings. It looks like one of their heads. That was him. He found a way to pull us into the nightmare, kind of to trick us, or just to play a prank on us. He's a spider. He serves that weird god that clings to those gods that cling to all those buildings and stuff. He's their buddy. So he gave us a stone to pull us into the nightmares, hopefully so that we would die, or to just play a trick on us and all that stuff. Good night, Pika. Thanks for hanging out. And he knows now that, oh, well, he's like, oh, wait a minute. Are you angry at me for what I did? And you could say, of course, or not at all. And Akechi, I feel like Akechi would feel begrudgingly respectful for someone who got the drop on him. So he's going to say, no, not at all.
Indeed, I should think not. I shared with you a thing most secret. Now you're witness to a miracle, and all the stronger for it. You should appreciate it if you've a grain of gratitude in you. Yes.
Well,
appreciate it.
okay. Actually, technically, I am in the Nightmare Frontier, because the lecture building is in the Nightmare.
No matter. Such details are trifling. We're fast friends by now. Let this express what words cannot.
We're buddies now. He's fine. He gave me a very good rune, so he's fine. He had a laugh at my expense, and now he's like, whatever, we're friends. Here you go.
Oh, doubt me not, sweet compeer. What is friendship but a chance encounter? Well met. My apologies, but I feel a profound thought occurring on the good grace of a certain god and the way he meted out his love.
I like that because if you want to think about it in like a Persona 5 crossover, you could say he's talking about Yaldabaoth. By meting out his love means, how does the god show that he loves you? It's like by interfering with your life to make himself present in your life.
Well met.
I think that's all he says.
My apologies, but I feel a profound thought occurring on the good grace of a certain god.
Yeah. Okay. Bye, buddy. We can actually run into him in the Chalice dungeons, and he will sell us a lot of really good stuff. So now that we're his friend, we will find him at some point, hopefully later, and he'll be like, here you go. And he'll give us some really good items that we can buy from him. Because now that we're buddies. Now that we told him basically no hard feelings. His name is Patches, by the way. He is the closest thing Bloodborne Akechi has to a Akudan-esque rival. So I feel like Akechi is desperate to have an equal, so he's just gonna deal with Patches being a shit. Some more creepy experiment stuff. Tons of eyes, actually. Let's see. If only you had more eyes on the inside, Lala. Yeah, this is... yeah. Tons of eyes. And what looks like... those are books. Candles, strange concoctions of liquid. This is where the science happened. Uh-oh. Oh! Oh, god damn it. Whoa! He was Stretch Armstrong for a second there. Anyone else want to fuck around? I didn't say Akiden's not going to be the spider in the AU. I agree. I just meant in terms of an equal rival. These Patches. Yeah, he said get the fuck out, basically. Like, this is my cramp school. You're not welcome. And I got a key. I did, however, get new clothes. And it's stream tradition to change into all the school clothes. I mean, or all the clothes that I pick up. So we're going to change into these. And I think we look pretty dapper. Let me, try to get into the light here. It's got a nice vest, a nice coat. Yeah, I look pretty good. So we're gonna go rock this for a bit. In fact, this kind of looks like his outfit in-game, so I think we're gonna stick with this for a while. And we got a key. We got a key to the lecture theater in the lecture building. Today, the two-story lecture building is adrift in the nightmare, but once it was a place of reflection where scholars learned of history and archaeology. Perhaps it still is, as the students in the lecture theater appear to await the return of their professor. This shows you, in no uncertain terms, that part of Bergenworth is taken into the nightmare. And there's a difference between the Hunter's Dream, Yharnam as we've explored it, and the nightmare. The nightmare is a very specific layer of reality that, I guess if you want to think of Bloodborne's worlds like a tower, the Hunter's Dream is at the bottom. Somewhere in the middle is Yharnam, and all the areas within and around Yharnam that we've been traveling, they're at some point above where the Hunter's Dream is. And further above Yharnam is the Nightmare Frontier. And the Nightmare Frontier has 3 specific layers that we can go to all of them. And we're going to actually get to the very top of the Nightmare in our ascent. So at some point, part of the lecture hall at Bergenworth was removed from reality and also removed from Yharnam's layer of reality and pulled into the nightmare. And it also hints that what the scholars were studying there was history and archaeology. Bergenworth was absolutely fascinated with the Tomb of the Gods, the strange labyrinths and the graves that they found beneath the forest and beneath the city. So they explored it, studied it, brought up everything they found on the surface, and that's how all this mess started. That's how they found the special blood. That's how they found Kin of the Cosmos. There is one Kin of the Cosmos down there, but they call it a holy medium. They found all this weird shit. So Bergenworth specialized in the past and ancient civilizations and previous cities and races that lived before they did, and then in exploring these ruins. So that knowledge that the students possessed likely made them more susceptible to being pulled into the nightmare, because Bloodborne is about many things, and it's also about the heavy price of knowledge and wisdom. If you know more about the arcane secrets of the universe, you're going to become susceptible to those secrets. Now, I have 39,000 echoes, so I'm going to explore this a tiny bit more and then cash them in, and then we are going to go to the Nightmare Frontier, which I'm a little nervous about. Red jelly. Okay, this is gore related, and it's also if any of you guys are like sensitive to imagery about babies, don't look at this, and I'll let you know when to look back. Okay? I'm gonna look at it now, so look away. 1, 2, 3. Look away. This is a material used in the Holy Chalice ritual, much like the sage's wrists, just like the yellow backbone, just like the eyes. Stillborn infants, born of a creature of unknown origin, of the type found in some corners of the old labyrinth. When Bergenworth was digging into the Tomb of the Gods, they not only found strange arcane things and holy blood and special bizarre bullshit, they found babies. And the reason why Yharnam and everything became as fucked up as this, and why it's so cursed, why everything is this vicious and this horrible and this, it's appalling to see not only what's been done to humans, but just the state of things. It's like hell. It's like, how could things have gotten this wrong? And you almost feel bad for what's happened to all these people. But Bergenworth, in its quest for wisdom and insight, lost sight of what it means to be human. And as I said on the previous stream, a huge overlooked aspect of this game is the importance of compassion and sympathy with things that are weaker than you, or things that you don't fully understand, or even sympathy to the self, because the idea that humans need to be better than they are shows us a very intense form of self-loathing, because it means you're not going to accept yourself as you are. You're not kind to yourself. You're not compassionate to yourself. There's a difference between having ambitions and hating yourself so much that you want to change what you are. So Bergenworth, you can look back now, by the way, I'm not looking at it anymore. Bergenworth was so obsessed with the idea of making humans better that they didn't care what they did and what they used and what they did to other people in order to fulfill their goals. And as much as we hate the Healing Church, as much as we can talk shit about what the School of Mensis did in Yharnam, it's really Bergenworth that they took a lot of inspiration from. And it's their hunters, it's the church hunters, it's the doctors who were giving transfusions to patients, it's the patients who are ill and scared and in need of curing. Those are the ones you should be sympathetic to, because they did the best they could and didn't know what was wrong, or didn't know what they were doing was wrong, and they suffered for what these monstrously cruel, ambitious people did, simply because they did not understand what it means to be human, or even what it means to be a god, because even the old ones are sympathetic. Even the old ones want to help. And so the lesson there is always be kind. And that ties into some themes of Persona 5 in an interesting way, in terms of not having compassion for that's the shadows that go run amok in palaces, cognitive science wanting to push the boundaries of human thought, and brainwashing and other forms of physically changing reality based upon how you see reality. Like that's basically what what's happening here with Yharnam is reality is being changed based on how much knowledge you have of what reality means. What's happening in Yharnam is just a very horror of the frame rate's dying. What's happening in Yharnam is just the horror version of cognitive research and cognitive science. Miss Bergenworth is obsessed with wisdom, it's obsessed with knowledge, it's obsessed with cognition. Get up, sleepyhead. Nothing over here? Okay. Augur of Ebrietas. I've been waiting for this for so long. Akihiko voice. Oh, I have to show you guys what the tiny Tenistris does too. It's really cool. It's basically like a Pikachu attack. Faith, you drew something else? Princess Pikachu! Oh my god. I love that we've given him he's constantly has this very stern expression on his face, like an old Victorian portrait. Well, that's what I'm learning how to do in therapy, Jay. It's the idea. My therapist pointed out, she was like, I think you set yourself up for failure. And I got, not offended, but I got really hurt by that. And I was like, oh, I think I have very attainable goals. And she's like, that's not what I said. I mean, she says, I think the goals and the things you want to achieve in life are absolutely things that you can do. They're completely within your power. But I think for you, they're not good enough. You don't think they're good enough. Because you set yourself to impossible standards. And that's not fair. So I think you should, the kindness and the compassion and the understanding that you extend to your friends, that's something you should try to show to yourself as well. So that was something we recently discussed in therapy. I'm gonna go level up. I have 53,000 blood echoes, and if it makes me nervous, it's probably making Lala just freak the fuck out, so I gotta find a lantern. Here it is. Well, it's not about what doing the world expects, it's but doing what you want. It's not easy. It's being kind to yourself is it's probably one of the hardest lessons to learn, especially if you're mentally ill or just have perfectionist standards. It's worth trying because you have to rewire your brain to focus on the positive like that.
Now shut your eyes.
Oh wow, that's a big increase. We're going to get skill to 25, and then from here on out we're doing strength and arcane. Or maybe vitality endurance to 20, and then it's going to be strength and arcane all the way. Well, I would say that you don't know very many good people, Jay. The people I know, I surround myself with people who do care.
You find your worth in the waking world.
People who don't, I do my best to keep emotional distance from them. And I don't mean physical distance. When I say emotional distance, I mean, imagine there's a wall between you and between your heart and what these people are saying. so you can listen to what they say. You just have to keep a barrier up. And so you can listen to them, you can not really lie, but just be like, oh, okay, and you could lend them your ear, but don't lend them your heart, I guess. As silly as that sounds. Oh, we can get a better look at Akechi's school uniform now. It honestly, it looks so much like his regular day-to-day clothes. I guess those are like his black gloves, but they're more gray. I guess that's the closest I can get. I don't think there are just plain black gloves in this game. Maybe these? Oh! Here we go. Kind of. Maybe we can use these? Yeah, we can use his crow gloves. Yeah, I'm trying to get him as close as I can to his in-game model. I think the closest I can get to the gloves that he has are these. Because they're black, so yeah. Either these or, you know, I kind of like the bone ash gloves better because it makes me think of his black mask self, so we'll go with that.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire?
It's fine, Jay. Sometimes
well.
we just gotta have
Let
a
the
place to
echoes
let
become
loose,
your
and then
strength.
as long as you come back from it
Let me stand
and remember
close.
that you're in
Nourish
a
your eyes.
posy good space, as long as you don't. This is what I've also learned in therapy. I can let out something negative as long as I remind myself to then step back. It's like if I got it out, I'm not going to let it back in.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Oh, I just equipped a rune that makes us so much more resistant to frenzy, and you can see that bar on the top of the screen. That's our defensive meter. It's significantly longer now. So our frenzy resistance is 376, which is pretty high. It can go much higher based on stuff that you have equipped. Like different clothes you wear will make you much more resistant to frenzy. Which is very useful in the Nightmare Frontier because we are going to see the winter lanterns, you guys. They're coming up. Yeah, sorry, Danny. Okay, good luck on the test, Lala, and have fun with your friends. Thanks for hanging out. We are in the Nightmare Frontier. Now, I'm going to do one thing specifically, and then I'm going to look around, so don't mind me for rushing. I'm going to come back and do all this stuff. There's just one place I want to go specifically, because this is the one area where PvP is always on. That note about a woman ringing a sinister bell, she rings that bell to draw in other players who want to fight us. That's not a player summoned in, that's just a hunter in here. And this is where the bell woman is hiding. So even if I die, I'm okay with dying because it means I won't get invaded. However, now it does mean we can explore the area a bit more. Because the Nightmare Frontier is really, really, really cool. And there's so much here to see visually that I'm happier that I can now take my time with it. So, that's our destination, this strange tower in the void. And as you can see from the Nightmare Frontier, we are nowhere near Yharnam. We're not even anywhere near reality. However, we can see the tops of ships, the masts of ships down below, which is kind of weird. So there must be some type of ocean or water down beneath this layer of the nightmare. And water in Bloodborne is often used as a metaphor for blood. It's often seen as a defensive property. A lot of the runes we find that are defensive runes are related to water. And water not only is the source of life, but water and blood are often used in some sort of synonymous way. In poetry. And it's also said that we know as much about the ocean and what really lurks in the ocean as we do about deep space, which means very little at all. Oh, there's two of them. Holy crap, there's two of them. Excuse me, beasties. These things are called, Loran Dark Beasts. You know how the beasts, that Archibald found had sparks in them? These are the type of beasts he found. They are incredibly different from normal beasts. First of all, they look more like monkeys, and their heads are turned on the side. So, it might be hard to see. Because if I get too close to him, he'll attack. Yeah, you can kind of see how his mouth is. His head is just completely lopsided. And when they stand upright like a human, but when they give into their bestial nature, they just drop on all fours. And they have sparks inside of them. Yeah, this game, honestly, this game is so gorgeous. It's about 5 years old and it still looks this pretty. And I'm so desperate for a sequel. And this is more of the Ishi. It's more of the Ishi we can fight. But they have upgrade material, so that's why I'm intent upon killing them. It is! It's exactly, that's one of the dark beasts. Which means that Archibald saw this, he must have come to the nightmare at some point and was so obsessed with the cosmic sparks emanating from their body that he wanted to replicate it in some way. Okay, there's gonna be a NPC hunter coming up. See the guy, the torch in the distance? He's gonna come fight us. They're not that difficult, but they are annoying, so... The thing I did just now is the Augur of Ebrietas. You open up a portal through your fist and summon something through the cosmos called Ebrietas. You summon parts of her. And also what's interesting about the Nightmare Frontier is there's flowers growing here, and they look like withered forms of flowers that grow, or no, not really, they have multiple flowers on the stem. So these are strange, unique flowers. But they almost look like the bloomed version of the flowers that were growing on Rom's back. And if you want to connect that to Persona 5 AU lore, Jose is looking for flowers in mementos, specifically daffodils, and you can collect flowers and he can consume them. And mementos is basically just the Nightmare Frontier. So we found a Fading Lake rune, which I already have one of, but is it fading or is it dissipating? Oh no, Fading Lake, that's new. But it's technically the same description as the Bolt one, where it says... Thank you, Lala! I'll probably join it. I'm excited. Thank you. This is another Carol rune. It's a transcription of the Great One's voice, and that ripples like a watery reflection. Again, water is a very significant thing in Bloodborne. And what's interesting about this is that the Great One's voice... Their voices seem to be transmutable through water, which should be making you think of Odin, who does not have a body and is just a voice, and then how blood, human or not, blood is his essence. So his voice, his presence, can echo through blood, just like all Great One's voices can echo through water. Maybe not literally water, but... And I think it's more like metaphorical. Like I said, we don't know as much about the deep sea or the ocean as we know as much about it as we do deep space. And since water and the cosmos are seen as synonymous sources of intellectual curiosity, and that we don't know a lot about them, if the Great Ones are cosmic gods who live out in the universe, and the sea is comparable to the ocean, perhaps they use the ocean as a way to communicate with us, because water, like blood, is the source of life. So they use, and we're comprised of water. We're like some sort of percentage of water in our bodies. So we're made of water and blood, and the Great Ones use that to communicate with us. And whether or not we can hear them depends upon how heightened our insight is and how capable our minds are. Ow. Yeah, we're mostly made up of water. Oh, he's stuck to me. Oh, I'm just covered in blood. Oh no, get back here! And we gotta be careful because there's giants here. And they're throwing rocks at us. They do not want us here. Bam! And it's totally possible to get killed in one hit by those. These things are strange. I don't really know much about them or know what to make of them. I mean, it's a nightmare, so I guess I don't have to think too hard about it. But everything in the nightmare has some sort of real-world explanation, or they're taken from something in reality. But these things, they're beyond me. It's possible that they are an ancient race, I guess, similar to the giants that were used by the Pthumerians. That's totally possible. But they have a very specific name, and they only show up in the nightmare, and they honestly look like they look like trolls. It's kind of hard to see because he's going to keep throwing stuff at me. So let's get back here. You see, his face is like, it's sunken into his chest. So I'm not sure what they are. They are, however, hairy, like a beast. So it's possible that they are a type of beast, and a very, very, very old mutation of one. We're going to be doing a lot of exploring, backtracking here, because there's a lot of goodies hiding around, but it's hard for me to see. Because the paths are all twisty-turny, so we're gonna be here for a while, kids. But it's not terribly long. And we're going to just ignore those creepy blob things for a moment. And also another thing I really like about the nightmare is like these stones, like these pillars from the earth, they seem to be physically wounded. Like there's blood inside of them, there's veins. So that to me says like there's something in the earth that is harmed or has some sort of essence of life in itself. Ouchies. No! Damn it. Old paper. Cold blood flower bud. I don't have this. Pale vegetation that commonly grows on cold blood in a place long ago abandoned. That is a holy chalice ritual material. It's a strange, special type of flower used in dark magics to explore ancient tombs. But I like that it's a cold blood flower, because that suggests that there's some sort of blood or instead of like chlorophyll in a blood, in a flower, there's a type of blood in the flower. Good night now. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, by the way, this is the poison zone. So we're just gonna get poisoned, and we're just gonna deal with that, because there's no way to not be poisoned when you're here. Also, this is a swamp, so we're gonna get stuck in the swamp and walk very slowly. Clear deep sea. I will read that in a second. Wondrous moon, therefore time for contact. Huh. Oh, speaking of which, that's the top part of the nightmare. And we can go there. There's something there. That's accessible to us. Oh, let's read the rune that I found. I found Clear Deep Sea. This transcription of the Great Ones in human voices depicts down-reaching currents, which currents as in water. Their voices reach down through time, space, and water. Great volumes of water serve as a bulwark guarding sleep, and an augur of the eldritch truth. Overcome this hindrance and seek what is yours. This hindrance means defenses put in the way of discovering the secrets of Yharnam and what's happening here. Seeking what is yours means the truth. You've been sent out on this hunt. You've been given this strange mission, encouraged by Gehrman. And so seek what is yours. It's like find out the truth. Also because these things are now affecting you. They're harming you. You want to know why and how to stop it. And the way to do so is to push further and further through the nightmare and possibly doing some very questionable things yourself, such as fighting Rom, in order to achieve that. But you have to make this knowledge worth something. Which is, again, I think a very catchy-y thing. Those are very creepy blob monsters who are modeled off of a specific monster that we will not be seeing for a long time. But they're echoes of what she is. Winter Lantern's coming up, by the way. There's an item over here. I'm pretty sure. And trust me, you guys will not be able to miss the Winter Lantern. You will not be able to miss it at all. And when I say that, I mean, like, don't worry about wondering if you can see her or something like that. She's very distinct. Oops. Oh cool, they gave us some antidotes. That's nice. Excuse me, excuse me. Ooh! Ooh! Wow, they got me good. You may be able to see it, but those things have messengers inside of their bodies. When they arch up, you can see the messengers are inside of them. I don't know if I want to go all the way through there to get that. I think it, I don't even know if it was down there. Nor do I think I would survive the fall even if I did go down there, so, Excuse me, ladies. I don't think I would mind this place so much if you didn't have to, like, barrel roll your way to safety. Like, if it wasn't a thick swamp, I don't think I would care so much. Okay, guys. The Winter Lantern's coming up. And there is actually a way to stop her from hurting you. You may be able to hear her. See that my frenzy meter is building up because she's looking at me and I'm looking at her, and my brain just can't comprehend what I'm seeing. And also she starts to glow when she sees me. We're gonna make a break for it because she's scary. Oh, oh! Please note that she's wearing the doll's dress. And I just popped in frenzy, and that killed me instantly because my hunter could not handle what it was that I was seeing. And they sing. I don't know if you heard that over the terrible sounds they were making, but they sing. There is actually a way to stop them from hurting you. You have to, and this is something that people didn't discover until like a year ago. There is a very specific gesture that you can do, and that will stop them dead in their tracks, and they'll just stand there and just look at you. Your frenzy meter still builds up when that happens, so you have to be careful. But, yeah. And the reason why your frenzy meter increases is because your hunter just cannot comprehend what they are looking at. It's this giant, monstrous, horrible thing with eyes, and just bulbous eyes and a head made up of messengers, singing to you wearing the doll's clothes. So the doll, your only friend in all the world, is now being used as this monstrous, terrible representation of something that wants to embrace you and eat you. So your hunter just says, yeah, I can't deal with any of that, and they freak out. And in Bloodborne, freakouts have physical, disastrous consequences on your body. Which is very relatable. Thanks, I really hate it. Yeah, they're not great. They're scary. And I can run right past her, but, in fact, it's probably better if I did run past her. But I'm stubborn. Oh, shit! I'm probably gonna pop Frenzy. Yep. And I don't know if you noticed, but there was like spikes of stuff jutting out of my body. And oh, I'm dead. Oh, I thought I was dead. Ooh. Scary. That's another effect of Frenzy, is whatever it is you're looking at makes your blood pop out of you. Your blood bursts from your body because your brain just can't handle it anymore, and your body just repels the knowledge that you're being faced with. Beware of footing. The gesture is called Make Contact. And, we will get that gesture soon. We'll get it when we go to, Upper Cathedral Ward. And it's a gesture specifically designed to greet something from the cosmos. And when you do that gesture at her, she recognizes that you're trying to talk to her, and she stops. And she just looks at you, because you can hear her singing. There's another one. Yeah. Now you know how the hunter feels. Now you know how poor Akechi feels. Akechi's just like, dude, haven't I seen enough shit? Isn't my life bad enough without this? It is nice, isn't it? It's creepy and warbling, but it is really pretty. And there's something delightfully, terrifyingly sweet about this horrific creature singing very gently. She's singing a lullaby. And I don't know if you guys... We're going to go back to the Hunter's Dream now, so I'll point it out to you. Now that I beat Rom and broke the ritual, something's changed in the music in the Hunter's Dream, where it was just a... Where it was once just sad, pretty violins, it was now something added to the music. Wait and see if you notice. Yeah. There's now a voice singing to us. Now that we've broken the secret, and now that the moon is closer to us, we can hear a voice in the cosmos. Isn't that pretty? It might be. I personally think it is, considering if the Great Ones are sympathetic, and if they're just looking for a family, they've lost... If they've lost their children, then... they're looking for something to cherish and protect, and they want to... I mean, the dream exists. It's called a dream, and what do you do when you want your child to fall asleep into a nice dream? You sing them a lullaby. And the hunter's dream was made because Lawrence found found the Great One's umbilical cord, and it pulled Gehrman. It pulled Gehrman into the dream, and it created the dream. So the dream was made for Gehrman. His dream is the hunter's workshop. It's the place where he worked and trained people, other hunters. So this dream was created for him to soothe him, and the moon is now singing to him gently. And you're right, yes, exactly, Kay. The moon made the dream. We have one more thing we need to do in a nightmare. Akechi is incredibly curious as to what that structure is. He wants to know why it's there, what secrets. Yeah, the Winter Lanterns, if you've seen the Goopy Coffins and the One Reborn, the Winter Lanterns are kind of like, you know what? It's terrifying, but I can deal with this. Well, they're not nice to look at, and they're creepy. But, yeah. Personally, they still scare me, the Winter Lanterns, because you can hear them singing, yeah, but then, like, even though you can hear them singing, since their voices echo and their voices carry, you can't really be sure where they are. And there's been so many times where I've just turned the corner and have walked right into one, and the minute that they see you, it starts to hurt you just by looking at it. You're in pain. We're going to get a better look at them when we're at another part of the nightmare. We'll be able to see them in greater detail. So Akechi wants to know what's here. She's here. This is what has been clinging to the buildings. This is what the spider worships. This is what the people in Yharnam see. This is what's clinging to the side of the church in Yharnam. She lives in the nightmare. Her name is Amygdala. The cool thing about amygdala is the part of the brain. The amygdala controls your fight or flight fear response. And I think it's some sort of emotional memory or some sort of memory. Now, I have a mood disorder, most specifically borderline personality disorder, which means that my amygdala not only is physically smaller than most people, most normal, quote-unquote normal brains, but it's also hyperactive. It is much more sensitive and prone to triggering in times when it shouldn't. So amygdala, this monster, is the cosmic nightmarish manifestation of the organ in our brains that induces us to be afraid and to either fight something or run from it. And I don't know if you noticed, because I was getting my ass beat pretty bad, but there's something specific about her body and her blood. So while she is cosmic, and she's definitely not human, and she and all her sisters who are hanging out in Yharnam are clearly part of the cosmos, and from there, there's something special about her blood. Ugh. She's tough to get, because her hands and her head are her weakest parts, so if you don't have access to her head, you're not going to have a good time. And then she does that, so it's just not great. And it sucks to lock on. You don't want to lock on in this fight. Oh, I rolled right into it. Alright, I'm getting a visceral on her. Look at her blood. Jesus. Yep, it's human blood. And now she's ripped off her own arms and she's going to beat us with them. She is very desperate to win and to destroy us. And she just did. She smushed us. So her red blood means she is not a great one. She's kin of the cosmos. Yeah, do you know how fucking, like, I've made so many jokes in therapy about, like, my amygdala and about how my brain doesn't work, and I'm like, it's like my amygdala's ripping off her own arms and beating me with them. And my doctor's just like, what? And I'm like, listen. It'll all make sense eventually. And then I showed him a clip of this, but my old doctor, I don't have this doctor anymore, and he's like, yeah, I can understand that. Yep, she's kin. Oh, hello. She's kin like Ram is kin of the cosmos. Which means I don't necessarily know how amygdala were made or born, but to me that suggests that amygdala was made into a kin of the cosmos. And we're coming up on 8 hours, so I'm going to restart. I'm going to restart the stream around like 8 hours or so, because I don't want it to go on for too long. I may, depending on how close I am to beating it. I don't think I'll actually beat it tonight. I was being a bit ambitious there. And since I'm not streaming Royal tomorrow, yeah, I'll probably do more of this. Like, Akechi needs to finish his adventures in Yharnam. She's the only one where it's like it's not necessarily safe to be under. The only giant thing where it's not really safe to be under her. I mean, it kind of is. Got her. Ailing Loran Chalice. Okay, so I'll start the stream around 4:30 Eastern Standard. Oh no, you get off of work around 4 Central. So I'll start around 5, and I'll wait like about 10-15 minutes or something. I'm not gonna jump right into the game, so don't worry about that. Okay, so we got a chalice from her, specifically the Ailing Loran Chalice. The tragedy that struck Loran is a tragic land that was devoured by the sands. The tragedy that struck this ailing land of Loran is said to have its roots in the scourge of the beasts. Some have made the dreaded extrapolation that Yharnam may be next. So Loran is a civilization much like Yharnam, much like Thumerian, or Thumeria. Not really sure how to say it really, or what its civilization was called, that had the beast scourge. They found old cursed beast blood, and they suffered the plague too. Good night, Blue. Thanks for hanging out. So, considering that amygdala drops the chalice to Loran, that makes me wonder if the amygdala were made from the beast plague in Loran. Like, did Loran do old forms of experiments that Bergenworth is doing? And is that how amygdala were made kin of the cosmos? Because Yharnam's not the only one who found ways to contact the cosmos. Thumuru, you're right. Thumerian is just the name for them. Okay, so we beat the nightmare. However, there is another section of the nightmare we have to go to. You can do that, or we can go back to Canehurst and try that. or we can do a bit more Chalice Dungeon stuff. Considering that I still need echoes, and I'm kind of running low on blood vials, I'm thinking I want to do some Chalice Dungeon things, especially because it's getting kind of late. So we're just gonna chill for a bit. Oh, wait, no, I actually need vials. We're gonna chill for a bit. And just do this stuff. So in case any of you want to head to bed, you can. You're not going to miss anything plot-wise. Oh, I said I wanted to stop the stream and restart it. Alright, I'll do that eventually. Okay. Yay, thank you, Kay. Congratulations, Danny! Yay! That bumps you, that's from a C to a B minus, I think, right? Or a B? Nice! Yay! So you've gone to above average. Oh! Shane and Ryan left BuzzFeed and are starting their own company, but they're still going to do Unsolved. That makes me really happy, so they can get away from BuzzFeed and still do Unsolved the way we love, but then can do some cool new content too. I'm just browsing Tumblr as I wait for someone to summon me. Yeah, hold on, let me get you a link. Yeah, they're starting Watcher Entertainment Digital Studios. Hold on, let me get you the link. There we go. It's supposed to have connected. So, does that mean I connected? There we go. Sometimes it can take a while because since the chalices can be either randomly generated or they're specific to they're set within the game. The game kind of takes its time to load them in. Oh, excuse me. My beckoner has died. Okay. Okay, never mind. That can happen too. You get summoned in just as they die. All that for very little. Hold on, I'm gonna get a snack, you guys. Okay, let's try this again, yeah? Just connect me. Come on, do it. Do it now. Is it actually going to connect? Doesn't look like it. Alright. Let me in! Let's change it from worldwide to local. That might be better, because worldwide means it's having to connect over long distances, and the connection strength might not always be the best, so let's try local instead. So then it's just going to be on the I think just the North American server. And if we can't get in here, then I'll go around trying to be summoned at different bosses. Or help people through levels and stuff like that. Like, we'll go back to One Reborn. We'll try it at Amygdala. We'll maybe help people go through Nightmare. Yeah. Exactly, Kaylee. There are, they have, Bloodborne fans, actually all Dark Souls fans, have yearly events where it's like, once a year at a certain time, everyone replays this game so they can keep the servers pretty active. And, Return to Yharnam happens every March. I think on the release date, the anniversary of the release date of Bloodborne. There we go. They do that for Dark Souls 1, they do it for Dark Souls 2, they do it for Dark Souls 3, so it's like if you want to play the game, but the servers aren't very active, so you can't find any help, play the game during these yearly events, and you will get tons of people helping you. Which I think is really sweet, that like the fandom gets together and all participates in the fun. I am in the world of Amelia. Hello, Amelia. Where are you at, Amelia? No, she doesn't. Amelia! Alright, she seems to be over here? In this direction? You can tell by the direction the blood echoes flow in that she's where the person is located. Oh. That's an NPC hunter, so I kind of want to try. Yeah, he doesn't have much health. I can do this. Wait, how are you not dead? There you go. Thank you. Got those blood vials back. And now I'm going to find Amelia. Amelia. Oh. Rude. I hate when they do that. That means that they sent me back to the world. To my world. Which I find very rude. Oh well. The only times I've ever actually used that silencing blank on myself is, there have been times I've gone to boss fights, like I've been summoned in to help people, and they don't even try to fight the boss. They just hang back and expect me to do all the work. And I find that really irritating. Because, like, while I don't mind helping, if you're not even going to try, like that, to me, I don't like that. So there's been times where the person's just hanging back and they don't want me to do they want me to do all the work, they don't want to do anything. So I will use the silencing blank and I leave, that basically sends me back here. And I leave them to fight the boss alone. Like, don't summon help if you're not gonna try. I think the only way that's, to me, excuse me, the only way that's not rude is if you know the person, you're like, hey, I really can't do this, can you just come in and do this for me? I mean, it's also possible that the connection bugged out. And so she didn't actually send me back. It's possible that her connection just wasn't strong enough. So, let's go see if people need help on P5borne. Because I'm determined to just chill for the rest of the stream and just level up and grind, but I feel bad to make you guys watch a bunch of nothing. So, again, if you don't wanna chill, that's fine. But if you don't mind just hanging out to the dulcet sounds of Bloodborne, I appreciate your company. Oh, I didn't read the Ebrietas thing. The Augur of Ebrietas. Remnant of the Eldritch Truth encountered at Byrgenwerth. So Byrgenwerth found this thing called Ebrietas. And this is a remnant of her, a part of her. The Augur uses phantasms, the invertebrates known to be augurs of the Great Ones, to partially summon abandoned Ebrietas. So not only is Ebrietas something that Byrgenwerth found in the tombs, and is an augur or somehow connected to the Great Ones, she's abandoned. So that to me seems like the Great Ones left her behind, or a civilization that used her left her behind. The initial encounter with Ebrietas marked the start of an inquiry into the cosmos in the old labyrinth and led to the establishment of the choir. So the people of Byrgenwerth who found her became curious about the cosmos and the Great Ones through her, and the specific sect that really wanted to dig into it, like, throw themselves into it entirely, called themselves the choir. and they, I believe, were disciples of Master Willem, who was also really interested in the cosmos. Lost in a Sea of Fire Emblem fan art. Oh god, I can't blame you. I've shifted from looking at female Byleth and Dimitri fan art to like male Byleth and Dimitri fan art, and then to Felix and Dimitri fan art, because I realized somewhat belatedly that Felix and Dimitri is a ship that reminds me a lot of Akashu, and I'm really weak for rivalmances, and just considering the stuff that Felix says about Dimitri, I'm just like, oh, like he genuinely still and absolutely does. Faith, you are a person of wealth and taste. I hope you know that. Oh wow, he killed me in one. Wow. I was thinking of writing fic for Felix and Dimitri, but I'm like, I'm writing enough fic as it is, and I really want to work on an original fucking novel, so... Blah, 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 blah. But anyway, I got an interesting blood gem from him. I got something called a Kin Hunter. Do these have descriptions? Kin Hunter's damp blood gem. No, but that's weird. Like Beast Hunter and Kin Hunter. This is... I got something from the goopy coffin monster that allows me to do extra damage to kin of the cosmos. Oh yeah, that's exactly how I feel. Like I started writing this like dark fairy tale AU of female Byleth and Dimitri, and I really like it, but it was just each chapter was just a short story. They weren't really it wasn't really connected by a plot. And so I haven't really written it in a while, and I did have like a weird encounter with someone in that ship fandom that made me kind of uncomfortable with writing it anymore, or really wanting anything to do with it, which didn't ruin the ship for me at all. I just didn't want to write this thing because I didn't want her to interact with me through it, because you can't block people on AO3. Ooh. Yeah, I try not to get involved with anybody in fandom or pay much attention to them. I just look at fan art, and that's about it. Yeah, like I said, I try not to let people ruin fandoms or ships or the content for me. Oh, he's eating me. Gross. And I'm dead now. Well, that's a shame, because romance is fucking fantastic. And it's not ships that I mind in general, and I don't really care. Like, romance makes me so happy. I read romance novels. Every story I write has some element of romance to it. I just love it. But, this person, her behavior actually didn't even have much to do with Fire Emblem at all. It was, she really liked the story, she really liked the fic that I was writing, and so she followed me on Tumblr. And, her blog's aesthetics were all like pastels and pink and pretty cutesy things, which, you know, I'm like, oh, that's fine. But then, I noticed that she slowly started to change what she was interested in and what she posted about stuff that I post about, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. You know, I can influence by my friends too. There's nothing wrong with that. And then I noticed that she started to change her profile to look exactly the way mine is. Like mine's specific. Like I have my name or have my number in Roman numerals. The way I formatted the profile is specific. That's something I chose to do. And so she changed it to look like that. She changed her profile to look like mine. So I'm like, well, okay, you know, that's not unique to me. That's fine. People can do whatever they want. But then, well, I go by Krist. And then she posted in her profile she wanted to go by, I think it was Krista? Or something like that. And that was just weird, because that wasn't her name. She just wanted to go by that. And then, I'm a witch, so I post about my witchcraft and my practice and what I believe in and my gods. And then she started posting about all that and just, I don't know how to describe it, but it basically became really clear to me that she was trying to be like me. And that made me really uncomfortable, because we were not close. Like, we were not friends the way I'm acquaintances and buddies with you guys. Like, we actually talk. She just messaged me once about the fic, and then every now and then, so be like, hey, I updated a chapter. And then, and then she would, like, send me links of, like, posts about her, therapy for me to read. And like what she went through in therapy, and I'm like, okay. And I'm like, I don't really know her well enough to read these things, so I don't know why she wants me to read them. And it was really uncomfortable. It was just like she just seemed like she was trying too hard, and I didn't really understand it, because we weren't, like I said, we weren't close. And there's probably other stuff she did that I'm forgetting now, but it was weird, and it was uncomfortable, and I didn't like it. And so I ended up blocking her, because I'm like, it's weird. And then she somehow found a way to get around the block and message me, I guess, from a different account or a different IP address. And she messaged me anonymously and said, I wish you had given me a chance to apologize. I am so sorry for whatever it is that I did. But like, I'm not angry at you, but I am so hurt by this. And I was just like, we're not friends. I don't know you. I don't, like, if I'm creeped out by you because you're trying to be me, and we're not close enough where it's like buddies can inspire each other, like, it was weird. And then I want to be sympathetic, because I'm like, maybe she just doesn't like herself that much, so she wants to change herself, and that's fine. But I didn't want to be around someone like that. And it was, I don't know, just the intense emotional reliance on me when she and I were basically strangers. It just made me very uncomfortable. H.P. Lovecraft? Oh my god, you guys, H.P. Lovecraft beckoned me in. You guys, do you know how amazing this is? That's hysterical. I wish I had taken a screenshot of, I can when I go back on the stream. Take a screenshot of, like, Beckon to the World by H.P. Lovecraft. So Goro Akechi is fighting eldritch monstrosities with H.P. Lovecraft. I'm so proud of him, you guys. Oh shit. Damn it. Oh, Lovecraft died too. If they're that difficult to buy for, I would try to get them a gift card to like Amazon or Barnes & Noble. Or just a gift card that they can make use of wherever they want. Maybe at like Starbucks or that way it's like instead of struggling to think of, oh, what do I get them? I'd be like, okay, I could just let them get whatever they like. Comfy socks are always a good one. Comfy socks and sweaters. Yeah, gifts always trip me up too, and I never have any money to buy anyone gifts, so mostly what I do is I get them something I think will make them comfortable. Like for my sister, I always buy her really fancy, intricate bath and aromatherapy sets. So for this Christmas, I bought her a bunch of bath bombs that are shaped like roses and have different scents, and there's like macaroon shaped bath bombs and candles and body wash and lotion, like just pretty things, pretty nice little things so she can relax. And for my brother, I normally get him something to keep him warm, like good slippers or socks or something to do with space because he's an astrophysicist, so I'll get him space related things. This year I bought him a small electric fireplace where instead of it just being like the little cheap ember glows, it actually looks like flames very slowly flickering up in the glass, and it's battery operated and you could put it on a timer. And he moved into a new house recently and I wanted something that looked warm and comforting and inviting, so I got him a little fireplace. Oh, food! That's a really good idea, too. Because who doesn't like food, you know? Do people really, really not need help? Like, granted, it is like 1 in the morning. Yeah, the fireplace, actually, it's not even a fireplace that you put into a fireplace. It looks like a lantern, actually. So you can set it on a coffee table or a bedside table. So I think it's like almost like a lamp. A fireplace lamp. Alright, if people don't need help here, then we're gonna... Then I may actually just call the stream, because I have been going for about 8.5 hours, so I may just call the stream and then just do Bloodborne stuff on my own. So we're gonna give it another, like, 15 minutes or so. And then I'll just hang out down my own. HP Lovecraft, where are you? Oh, that's cute too, Jay. While I wait, I'm going to look at MSNBC and watch the shit show that is American politics unfold. Oh, no worries, Faith. I am going to stream tomorrow. But it's okay if you can't tune in. Don't worry about it. You can always catch up later. I hope you have fun. I'm gonna read you some weird news that I see as I scroll through. Social media influencer gets 14 years in prison, for plot to hijack website at gunpoint. The man was convicted for plotting an armed home invasion to try and obtain the rights to doitforstate.com, an unsanctioned Iowa State University site. A 27-year-old social media influencer was sentenced to federal prison Monday for an armed plot to threaten a man in an effort to gain a website domain name. Rosie Larathio Adams II was found guilty for one count of conspiracy to interfere with commerce by force, threats, and violence. H.P. Lovecraft again. Hold on. I'll finish reading the article when we're done with Lovecraft here. Considering hacking. Always practical, Jay. Always practical. I mean, has he ever considered, like, you know, getting another domain name? The article will get into why he wanted to do that, but, like, why would you want to threaten a university, to get a university website? Like, why would that be so important to you? I'm actually really curious to what his justification could have been. Oh, he's gonna puke. He's gonna puke. Is he? Yeah. What I love about this thing is that, like, it talks. You can hear it muttering wildly. We going ham. We can kill the goop monster, you guys. We can do it. He's got arms made of arms, made of arms, made of arms, made of arms, made of arms. Oh, I'm dead. Arms made of arms made of arms. Aww. Well, at least I helped HP Lovecraft. He's gonna beat him. Let's continue to read this. Adams plotted to intimidate the unknown owner of a domain name and quote-unquote hijack the website, the attorney's office said. Adams started a social media brand called State Snaps in 2015 while attending Iowa State University, so he's an alumni of this place, operating on various social media platforms such as Instagram and Snapchat. At one time, Adams had over 1 million followers on his social media which mostly contained images and videos of young adults engaging in crude behavior, drunkenness, and nudity. So he was a piece of shit, the U.S. Attorney's Office said. When he attempted to buy the doitforstate.com domain in 2015, since many of his followers use the slogan "Do It for State," he found it was already purchased. The influencer made repeated efforts between 2015 and 2017 to obtain the domain name, but the owner refused to sell the rights to doitforstate.com, according to prosecutors. In 2017, Adams asked his cousin, Sherman Hopkins Jr., very fancy names here, to break into the domain owner's home and threaten him at gunpoint until he complied. Adams drove his cousin, a convicted felon, to the house and provided him instructions on how to transfer the domain rights to his GoDaddy account. When Hopkins entered the victim's home in Cedar Rapids, he was carrying a cellular telephone, a stolen gun, a taser, and he was wearing a hat, pantyhose on his head, and dark sunglasses on his face, the U.S. Attorney's Office said. Prosecutors said the victim saw Hopkins with the gun on the first floor and ran into a bedroom upstairs. Hopkins then kicked open the bedroom door before forcing him into the home office where the man's computer was. Hopkins then held the man at gunpoint and told him to follow the instructions to transfer doitforstate.com's ownership to one of Adams' accounts. Hopkins then pistol-whipped the victim several times in the head, the prosecutor's office said. Fearing for his life, the victim quickly turned to move the gun away from his head. The man got control of the gun but was shot in the leg during a physical struggle with Hopkins. He shot Hopkins in the chest and called the police, prosecutors said. A judge sentenced Adam to 68 months in federal prison with 3 years of supervised release. He is ordered to pay $9,000 in restitution in addition to prosecution costs. Adams is currently in federal custody. Adams must also pay $22,000 for a court-appointed attorney he used prior to the discovery that he, quote, made significant amounts of money while the case was pending. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, Hopkins' status in the criminal case is unclear. What the fuck is wrong with people? Aww. Okay, Faith, whenever you have time, that's fine. Yeah, people are fucking nuts. What the hell is this about? I'm trying to find like other weird news things that we can read. I'm not really finding anything funny. Nor am I being summoned, so I may, like I said, I may call the stream here and just do stuff on my own. Nothing plot-wise, so you guys wouldn't miss anything. It would just be me trying to summon people on bosses or helping people in Chalice dungeons. Oh, I'm sorry, Faith. I mean, at least you have your brother? Oh, there's 5 more Ryujis. Technically, I don't hate Ryuji, but I do know exactly what you're talking about. I do know what you're talking about. Man who ate $120,000 banana says, I was hungry. Well, now I gotta see this. How could a banana cost that much money? Is it plated in gold? Was it touched by God? What the fu- Oh! Performance artist David Datuna says he ate an art installation composed of a banana duct taped to a wall that sold for $128,000 at Art Basel in Miami as part of a performance art piece. You know, I'd seen pictures of like that banana taped to a wall, and I didn't really think anything of it. I just thought it was like some dumb meme that I wouldn't understand. But knowing that that was like a thing, and an art piece like that. Okay. Yeah, like I the world's wild. Yeah, he says he was hungry. Like that's his only explanation. I was hungry. Which, you know, okay. I actually took an art class, I mean a philosophy class in college that was called Philosophy of Aesthetics, and the major question for that entire semester was, what is art? And we used philosophical concepts to analyze different types of art in terms of art movements in history, or modern art, or certain artists and their unique approach to it. And eventually came back to the question of, what is art? Is this art? And what eventually we learned at the end, no matter how we broke something apart, no matter how much we may have disagreed about what is art and what isn't, and what art makes us feel, or what we think about different types of art, music, books, movies, all that stuff, we realized anything can be art. Anything. It may not be your idea of what art is, and you may have a certain different style or type, and that's fine. But yeah, like Faye says, art can be anything. That's what we learned in the class. That we can apply as many different philosophical concepts to it as we want. We can look at different movements and see the different techniques and styles and how art has advanced from them, or artists, modern artists who inspired by classic artists, and trends and different movements in the art world, and how certain artists shook things up. Yeah, I've seen weirder. Like, it's not my place to question what someone says is art. And it said specifically a performance art piece. So it was part of a performance art, and which means you have to be there to watch what the performance is. And we don't know what it is. It's just a banana duct taped to a wall. And for all you know, him duct taping the banana to the wall and then eating it could have been part of that performance piece, where he's just like, hey, I'm gonna put this banana on the wall, and people are like, how is that art? It's just a banana on the wall. And then a couple days later, he's like, he just eats it. So it's like, but you ate your art. And he's like, yeah, I was hungry. It could be, there's an art style or an art movement called Dadaism, which is, I think it's about absurdity, which is a type of art style that has no meaning. Let me look into it. Or just absurdity, or just, let's see. Dadaism is closely associated with the concepts of the grotesque, the absurd, and the macabre, communicated through arts, starting in 1916 up through 1922, which is the era of World War I. Its purpose was to ridicule its purpose was to ridicule Dadaism specifically, to ridicule the meaninglessness of the modern world. And that took place, I'm pretty sure it was the guy who made it. Dadaism just showed that Salvador Dali is a famous example of a Dadaist, by the way. While it took place during World War I, that was the first World War. That was the end of an era of both national and international politics, where it's the entire world is just tearing itself apart in trenches in Europe. And it's hard to overstate just how brutal and horrifying World War I was, because before then wars have just kind of I don't know how to describe it, but with the advance of technology, war just became that much more grotesque and brutal, and it always was. But now they had, I think the Gatling gun was first used in World War I, where you could mow down entire swaths of your enemy without even getting close to them. And it just, the trenches in Europe just created piles and piles and piles of bodies in the no man's land. And they just stayed in these dugout gutters in the earth. And it was just a constant stalemate. And there's just something... Imagine living in the time period where that's something you have to be aware of all the time, and how grotesque and horrifying it is. And it's like, wow, there's really no meaning in this world. So art that rose up from that trauma, is like, things are grotesque and strange and macabre, and fuck it. It's ridiculing the absurdity of existence, but tries to make a poignant expression through art. Let's see. The name itself is a reflection that art is designed to seem meaningful, when it is in fact a reflection of how overvalued societal norms and expectations had become. The word Dada may be an allusion to an infant's first words, such as mama, and thus a reference to the failures of our ancestors to convey the meaning of life, create meaning within life, or ensure we understood how meaningless our life is. So, I would argue that duct taping a banana to a wall is an example of Dadaist art, because it's saying that, like, why are you putting... It's just like, there is no meaning. It's just a banana duct taped to a fucking wall, and it costs $127,000. Life is a fuck. There's no inherent meaning to life. We have to find our own value. We have to find what our lives mean to us. No one else is going to give us those answers. And previous generations do not prepare us for this at all. It's something we have to discover on our own. Anyway, long story cut short, too late. That's why I think a banana duct taped to a wall is art, and as a form of performance art, that's actually kind of clever and cool, because it's just some dude saying, yeah, there's no fucking meaning here, and I'm hungry, so I'm gonna eat it. And by eating his art, he's essentially being like, look, this thing that I made, it's gone now. Everything we do, everything we touch, everything we make will one day fade away along with us. Live in the moment and enjoy what you make. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is the kind of shit I think about all the time. I just never have anyone to talk to about it at all. So that's why I really love these streams, because we get to hang out and I get to learn from you guys, and we get to have conversations about these things. And again, we may not always agree, but we still have fun, you know? And that makes me really happy. Because I don't really have many people to talk to. So, these conversations make me very happy. Yeah, ephemeral. I think it's also, I would argue that Dadaism is probably like, the idea of radical acceptance, which is something taught in Zen Buddhism, but also in certain therapies for borderline personality disorder patients, such as moi. where this idea of you can't change or control. Let me see. Let me read you guys the full description of it. Oh, I'm sorry, Danny. That's another thing. It's like, I know these streams make you guys happy, and since I work from home, I don't really have a busy schedule. Like, I want to stream as much as I can because it's cool to hang out with you guys. Anyway, radical acceptance is you acknowledge reality. You acknowledge what happened or what's currently happening. The more you fight against what you've experienced, it intensifies the emotional reaction. You shouldn't judge a situation that happens to you. And when we say that, we mean like, it shouldn't be this way, or that's not fair, or why me? And that doesn't necessarily mean don't stop suffering when you see it. Doesn't mean don't stand up for yourself. It doesn't mean don't stand up for other people. It does mean that don't get caught up in thinking, why me? Why me? Why does this happen to me? Like, why can't I do anything about it? To fight reality creates suffering. Suffering is what happens, I'm quoting from an article here, is what happens when we refuse to accept the pain in our lives. But when you accept something, that doesn't mean you agree with it or you enjoy it. You just acknowledge, this is what happened, and this is what I'm feeling. And I can't change that this happened to me. And to have expected myself to change it is blaming myself for being a victim or a survivor. Or blaming it on God or the world and saying, well, this isn't fair, and they're out to get me, or something like that. That's... It may make you feel better in the moment, but it also isn't allowing yourself to realize, okay, I can move on from this. I can heal from this. I can do something with this. Let's see. But accepting it doesn't mean you throw your hands up in the air, you wave a white flag. To accept reality, you can consider if we'd like to change it. You say, okay, this exists, this happening or happened. How do I want to handle it? Practicing radical acceptance is problem solving. I forgot how I got on this topic. I think we moved from Dadaism to this. Ephemeral, there we go. Ephemeral, the idea of there is no meaning but what we assign to a thing, to life especially. That's the idea of, well, we can't find all the answers. Then I have to figure out what I want to do with my life. If people can only help me so much, and I have to carry myself the rest of the way. That doesn't mean that I have to be alone. It doesn't mean other people are useless. It just means that's what life is. I have to figure it out on my own, and that's okay. Because it's a way to problem solve, and you don't get too caught up in your emotions or your fear. And when you practice that form of, this is what happened, now what do I do with it? Now what do I deal with it? You're not feeding too much into your intense emotional reactions. You still have those emotions, and that's fine. But the idea is that they don't last as long, and you can channel them into something productive. So, I have to practice radical acceptance because, and without getting into details of it, there's been a lot of really horrible things that happened to me in my life. Like, again, I'm not getting into details, but, everything that I've been afraid of, like, very significant trauma, things that genuinely terrify me, things that I told myself, if this happened to me, I don't want to survive it. I don't want to live knowing that that's what happened. They've happened to me, and there's no meaning in that. I can't find any solace. And for years and years and years, I spent wondering, why me? Why did this happen? What could I have done to make it differently? There must be something within me that makes someone think that, oh, I'm a victim, or that they have a right to do these things. There has to be something within myself that makes me appear this way to others. And my therapist pointed out, at therapy the other day, she's like, that's victim blaming, right? And that stopped me dead, because I never considered that this train of thought of saying, oh, I should have done something different, or I could have done something different, or there's something about me that makes people act this way around me. I never considered that that was victim blaming. And it's true, because I'm holding myself responsible for the behavior of others. And that's not fair. I'm not responsible for anybody but myself. So by acknowledging, you know, there's nothing I could have done to stop what several people have done to me. That's not my responsibility. And my only responsibility now is to heal and to move on. And that doesn't mean saying, oh, I deserved it, or oh, I'm just going to deal with it. It means this happened and I'm going to make it mean something. And there's this quote from a video game that I really love called "Make your survival mean something, or else we're all doomed." And it sounds really ominous, but it's really more like, okay, you survived that horrible shit that happened to you, now do something with it. You endured it, you moved beyond it, now make it matter. And that's a really helpful thing to think, because I mean, it shows that whatever pain you went through, there's a value to it, whether it inspires you for art or whether it makes you want to reach out and help others, or if you choose to make some lifestyle choice changes like going to therapy or on medication, or practicing other healthy techniques for self-care. Blah blah blah. I'm rambling now. Yeah, I go to an outpatient clinic in my old university, and the university is primarily a medical one, but it does have some other courses that I went to. So it's a teaching hospital, so it's a teaching clinic, so a lot of graduate students or PhD students teach there, and they teach there also with older doctors, and so they're more up to date on what medications are good, different methods and treatments, on changes made to the DSM before they even get published. And she's really great. She's very helpful, and I've seen dozens and dozens of therapists for most of my life, and she's by far the best one, I think. But I also think I can only do this because I've reached a point in my life where I've suffered so much. Like I lost my entire 20s to a slow downward spiral of mental and physical illness because I couldn't get medication. And now that I'm on medication and in therapy, I can take care of myself. I can do what I wasn't able to do when I desperately needed it. But now I have those resources, and now I can heal myself, and now I can move on. So, if I can impart that wisdom unto all y'all, then that makes me happy. Oh, thank you, Kay. And I'm sorry, Faith. That's basically, that's nice. I call myself a trauma goblin because that's how I feel. And I try to make jokes about it because otherwise I don't know how to handle it. And making a joke about it doesn't mean I don't take it seriously. It just means that, like, if I take the teeth out of my pain, then yes, Jay, I know. And that's the whole point of it, is that you put it into practice. And I think almost anything is easier said than done, but that doesn't mean you don't try. It just means you have to work hard at it. And I say that kind of annoyed because it's like, that way of thinking is really destructive for me. And I'm angry about it because it's like, that thinking that way kept me trapped for years and it never helped me. So I get very defensive when I hear people saying that shit, because it's so easy for me to fall into that trap of thinking, and I try not to keep that negativity or those thoughts around, because it can send me into a spiral. And I'm not saying you're sending me into a spiral, I'm just saying I am susceptible to those thoughts, and I don't want to think about them because they don't help me. The whole point of this is that we try to come up with ways to make ourselves better, to make pain mean something. That's the whole point, is that you try. Oh my god, this guy's Gritzin. That's so weird. He's just sliding across the floor. Yeah, I can see how medication may make you nervous. The thing about some medication is you don't have to stay on it permanently. Once you, medication and therapy are really good combinations. Because it helps you heal your brain biochemically, and then by learning new things in therapy, you're learning different ways to think and retrain your brain. And by doing that, you're rewiring your thoughts and strengthening that ability. Think of it like a muscle. Like you work out a muscle to make that muscle stronger, and then you make that muscle more capable of carrying heavier weight. So by retraining your brain to think of in more positive or constructive or helpful ways, you are strengthening your thoughts ability. Oh, whoa! You're strengthening your mind's ability to do that. Those guys Gritzin too. And the more you do it, the easier it is to do. Medication and therapy can help with that. And then there'll be a point where your brain's capable of doing that you won't need medication anymore. Or you won't need some medication. For me, my therapist has helped me. We're weaning off of one type of medication I'm on because I just don't need it anymore. So we're slowly... So the connection's bugging out like crazy. So this guy's just teleporting around the room. So yeah, it's okay and understandable if you're nervous, but know that, it's worth at least trying. Oh, Danny. And then also with medications, like I had to try, not several, but I had to try a handful of different ones before I found something that really worked. And you can very gradually increase the dosage, and you pay attention to how your body or your mind or your moods react to something, and your therapist or your psychiatrist can help you keep a handle on that. So it's how do I describe it? Say you had a chronic illness, like chronic physical illness, like lupus, or I don't want to say cancer, but you had some sort of illness that required you to get on medication or constant treatment to help treat that physical disorder. That's really what therapy and psychiatric medications are. Oh no, I dropped all my trail mix. It's a way to help the body function as needed, and then you'll get stronger for it. So it's intimidating, but it's something helpful, and it's worth it in the end. I lost my train of thought because I dropped my trail mix on the floor. No! Ah! Oh no, my breadsticks. Don't react, buddy. Oh, I'm glad I can help you guys. Hey, Thren. Because this is all stuff I've had to kind of come to on my own after many, many, many years. After many years of struggling and not having access to it, or wondering whether I even deserved to do these things. So if I can give advice to people who were in the position I was when I was alone, then I'm happy to help. You know what I love about this song is that it sounds like they're screaming hey. Like, what does a horse eat? Hey! Oh, jeez. Oh, he puking. He puking fire. No fire, puppy, no! I have to say, as far as Bloodborne songs go, this is definitely not the best one. But I think I also have an aversion to it, because in one of the lower chalices that's cursed to make your health be significantly lower than normal, there's this guy in a very, very small room, and I was stuck on him. I want to say I fought him, I counted, I fought him 60 times. And he was very hard, and with half health, and with him doing so much more damage, and you're stuck in a tiny room with him. I heard this song so many times I actually got sick of it, and I never want to hear it again. So the fact that I have to hear it now makes me very angry. And the only way I was able to survive that is because I lucked out and summoned someone who has a very specific type of build, where he had a bow and arrow. And what he did is he stayed all the way back, away from the boss, and he just kept firing arrows at it. So he would get the boss's attention, so the boss would turn to him, and then I would start fighting the boss. And then the boss would turn back to me because I was hurting him, and then he would fire the arrow again and draw the boss's attention. And he just kept basically baiting it away from me so I could wail on him. And I beat that fucker. And I was so happy that I almost cried, because I was stuck on him forever. And that inspired me to go through the game on the build that that character made, which is a blood tinge build, which basically means that your gun is a viable weapon, and you can use very specific types of weapons that not only do physical damage, but they do blood damage, which is actually really hard to defend against. So you're pretty much a beast. So I specifically went through the game all over again with that build, just so I could help people like that. And I spent weeks just helping people on bosses, specifically with that build. I helped one guy through like 5 different layers of the Chalice dungeons, all the way up to the very last boss in the dungeons. And I kept getting summoned by him. And he messaged me and he's like, "Thank you so much, bro. I was stuck on that fight for ages." And that made me really happy that he called me bro. I was just like, oh. Like, he's like, "How the fuck did you keep up with me? I'm on like New Game Plus." And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't want to be like, I'm good at the game. Although I do think I'm good at the game. But I was just like, I don't know. Yeah. There's something about being called bro that makes me, as a lady, it makes me very happy. Anyway, thank you for listening to my story. We've been playing for 9 hours now. Though I'd hate to depart, because we were getting all nice and cozy comfy, and you guys said that the streams make you happy. It is like 2 in the morning. I think I'm just gonna go around farming again, because I need blood vials. I'm pretty low on that. I want to round off some of these numbers in my stats. So, and I don't want you guys to be bored watching me do this stuff. Also because I'm probably gonna go to bed in about an hour. And I've been streaming for 9 hours. So... Oh, thank you! Yeah, there's one from Dark Souls 3 that I am the most proud of ever. And it was, I'm gonna tell the story and then we're gonna go to bed. Dark Souls 3, there is a DLC called Ashes of Ariandel. And it's difficult, it's very, very hard, but my favorite boss of all time is in that DLC. And, I put my summon sign down in front of the boss, but where the boss is also, the starting point of the DLC. You basically have to do a whole lap through the DLC to find her. Like, you go back to the beginning again. And, I got summoned by someone who just got into the DLC. Like, it was pretty cool. They just showed up. And I had played the DLC by that point so many times that I knew all the different ways to open up shortcuts. I knew all the different secrets. So all I did was just run around, leading him to all the different places to find stuff. There's one part where you have to travel through a cave, and there's like these weird, creepy fly monsters that, if they attach onto you, they will drop like maggots on you, and the maggots will slowly eat away at your health, and you just keep getting damage. But if you have a torch equipped, the maggots just fall off of you. So I equipped a torch, and I kept doing this just so he would like see that I was like, get the torch, because you can't talk to them because there's no voice chat. And then he took out a torch, and so we got through. And then just as we were opening up the door to where the boss is, he got invaded. And I'm like, oh, I don't want him to die. We came all this way. So I drew the invader away from the guy. He went through the boss door, and when you get invaded, if you go through the boss door, the invader gets kicked out, because that's it. There's nothing they can do. So I drew him away from the beckoner. He went into the boss room, and then it was my do a dead sprint to the boss door so I could join him in time. And the boss that we fought has 3 phases. She's very difficult, very, very, very tricky. And we took her down in 1 try. Because the build I had in Dark Souls 3 was fucking amazing. She was a pyromancer, so she could just set everything on fire all around her. And it was great. And she had miracles, so she could heal too. Like, she was just great. She was OP. And that guy messaged me. He's like, holy shit, thank you so much. That's so nice of you. If you ever need any help, please let me know. And I was just like, sure, okay. And that made me so happy. Like, I'm like, because I know how hard these games are. And I always want to help people with them. And like, I suffered. Why do you have to suffer? So that made me really, really happy. Because basically, like, I got this guy through an entire fucking DLC in like an hour. Me and this dude became friends. We didn't even speak to each other, don't even know each other's names, or heard each other's voices. We just got each other through. That makes me happy. Okay, I leave you guys on that posy note. Thank you for spending time with me tonight. Akechi's really happy you joined him on these mystical, magical adventures. He appreciates that you've joined him. We only beat 1 boss, I want you to know. In the 9 hours we've gone to no, we beat 2 bosses. We've gone to a vampire frontier and did not beat the old man. We have to go back and kill that boomer. We beat an amalgamation of the flesh. That was a failed ritual to make a god. So we put him to rest. We went to a nightmare frontier and we killed an amygdala who ripped off her own arms and beat us with it, and beat us pretty hard. You know, we faced the nightmare. Akechi did a lot today, and Akechi's got a lot more to look forward to. And he's happy that you joined him. So we'll see you tomorrow, and I love you guys. I like you. I'm glad to know you. Take care.